I'm going to do the land acknowledgement first. I'd like to start by acknowledging that we are gathered on Treaty 6 lands, a part of the traditional territories of the many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit in Alberta. The town of Drayton Valley is grateful for the knowledge keepers and elders and the stories and the teachings that they share of these lands and its people. Now I will ask everybody to stand for the singing of the national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all thy sons command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land, glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Are there any additions to the agenda this morning?
Administration has no additions, thanks.
From council? None. Is there a member of council that would like to adopt the agenda for the June 14th, 2023 regular meeting of council? Councilor Gamana, thank you. All in favor? That is carried. Any corrections or amendments to the May 31st, 2023 regular meeting of council? Is there a member of council that would like to adopt the May 31st regular meeting of council minutes? Thank you very much. Councilor Ballas, all in favor? That is carried, and we'll move into, we have a proclamation this morning. The proclamation is for ALS Awareness Month, which is June 2023, whereas ALS, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, is a rapidly fatal motor neuron disease for which there is no known cause or cure. And whereas over 3,000 Canadians at any given time are living with ALS, ALS can strike anyone regardless of age, gender, or circumstances. And whereas recent advances in ALS research have produced promising leads, and we must continue the crucial work. The ALS Society of Alberta is one of the largest contributors to the National ALS Research Program. Walk for ALS across Alberta has been tremendously successful in raising financial contributions and awareness for ALS. The ALS Society of Alberta is dedicated to providing support to ALS patients along with their families and caregivers to ensure the best quality of life possible while living with ALS. Therefore, I, Nancy Dodds, Mayor of the town of Drayton Valley, do hereby proclaim the month of June 2023 as ALS Awareness Month in the town of Drayton Valley, and I encourage everyone to join the 6th annual Walk Together for ALS on Saturday, which was June 10th, at the Lions West Valley Park, dated today, this 14th day of June. And that walk was on Saturday, and I believe, Tom, you and Amila attended that.
Yeah, it was well attended, and locally we get a lot of attention, and it's of course because of the COVID, they canceled it a couple of times, but we're back at it again, and it was a great walk. Amila did a great job, or Councillor Gamana did a great job in the remarks, and yeah, great hot dogs. Okay. Nothing better.
Wonderful. Yeah, thanks for attending on behalf of the town of Drayton Valley. So that is it for proclamations for this agenda, and we will move right into our public hearing. This morning we have a public hearing for statutory, it's a statutory public hearing for text amendment to the land use bylaw 2020-12D for the funeral home and crematorium. I will now declare the public hearing open at 9:03 a.m. and those present today are myself, council, administration, those online, and everyone on the floor. And I will now hand it over to Mr. Vanna this morning. Good morning.
Morning, Madam Mayor, members of council. This morning's public hearing is for a text amendment to the land use bylaw. This text amendment would do a couple of things. It's proposed that under the current land use bylaw, funeral homes are a discretionary use in the general commercial, highway commercial, light industrial, and special community service districts. The proposed amendment would make funeral homes a permitted use under those particular districts. The other thing that we found in reviewing the land use bylaw was that crematoriums as a use is neither permitted nor discretionary or defined in the land use bylaw. So this proposed amendment would, first of all, define what a crematorium is. It would amend the funeral home definition to be specific and specifically say that crematoriums are not part of the funeral home definition, but are a separate use. And it would make crematoriums discretionary within the general commercial, highway commercial, light industrial, and heavy industrial districts. The proposed amendment was advertised in the local paper. It was posted on our website, and it was also put in our pulling together section of the website, basically telling the story of why we're having the amendment and what was contained in the amendment. The purpose really for the amendment is to really reduce the hurdles facing commercial businesses, specifically the ones for funeral homes. And by making those as permitted uses, it reduces the amount of time it takes to have those type of uses go through the process. While at the same time recognizing that we've had interest in the community for crematoriums and we need to facilitate that somehow. And the best way to do that is to make it a discretionary use within the bylaw and to clearly define it, where it can go and where it can't go. So at this time, administration is recommending that second and reading be given to the bylaw. And depending on what public have to say on the bylaw, we're prepared to certainly answer any of those questions to council at the end. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much for that. I will now call for any comments from the floor or from anyone online. Oh, did you want to come up to the podium there?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Mike McCrae. I am with Drayton Valley Memorial Funeral Home. I am also a certified death doula, a certified crematorium operator, and an apprentice funeral director. I guess I'm a little confused on these two separate documents. I'm not sure which one exactly is the one that's being voted on because they're different. One is saying that a crematorium can be a discretionary use at almost anywhere, whereas on this one here, it specifically leaves out the CGen designation. I'm of the belief that families are better served by crematoriums being in residential neighborhoods. I know that sounds opposite to what most people think, but I think that crematoriums should be absolutely anywhere, with maybe an exclusion of an industrial neighborhood. Families are not served by taking our loved ones out into some back warehouse where this dirty little deed is done, where we cremate our loved ones. Drayton Valley doesn't have the ability to have witness cremations right now, And with the lack of funerals that are actually happening and with the lack of burials, cremation is now 75% of what is our disposition method of our loved ones. Many times they go without ceremony, and we're hauling them up and down the highway, the bodies up and down the highway into crematoriums in further jurisdictions. It should be done here. People should be allowed to witness the cremation of their loved one. They need that closure. Studies since COVID have shown there's many, many mental effects caused by the lack of service and the lack of closure on the death of a loved one. We need to do a better job. If we're forced into going into industrial areas, I fear that it won't happen in Drayton Valley. The cost of a standalone crematorium in an industrial area, especially in a place like Drayton Valley where industrial land is so expensive, it's highly unlikely that a crematorium would be built in a standalone building in the industrial area of Drayton Valley. That would force, if we didn't want to continue traveling as far for cremations, building a crematorium in another jurisdiction. The one that makes the most sense is Evansburg. It's kind of central to areas that aren't being covered adequately now, but that still doesn't address the issues of traveling up and down the highways, especially in the winter, and not allowing for people to have adequate ceremony at the time of death. We need witness cremations. We need cremations in an area where people are comfortable going, not hidden off in back some industrial area. I've got a long slide presentation that I could do, but I think that I've said pretty much what's necessary. And you councilors have been given the text of what I would put in my presentation. So when you're looking at the bylaw, please don't exclude any area for where a crematorium could go. There's such an important part of our life. There's such an important part of our grieving process. They're necessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Mr. Vanna?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to respond to the comment that was made. In the report as it is typed out here, I want to point out that yes, in the crematorium part, it was excluded about general commercial. But in fact, if you look at the bylaw, it is actually included in general commercial. So, and that was the intent. So that was an omission in the report, but it is correct in the bylaw.
In the bylaw,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, perfect. Any other comments from anyone on the floor? Anything online, Nathan? Okay, thank you very much. I will declare the public meeting over at 9:12 a.m. And what I think I'm going to do now is I'm going to move, I know that we have delegations this morning, but we're going to move right into decision item 9.5, which is the decision for this after the public hearing. So that is for text amendment to land use bylaw 2020-12D, funeral home and crematorium. And I will hand this over to Mr. Vanna again this morning. He's going to now. That's why we're going to move right into it now.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As mentioned in the public hearing, the intent of the bylaw is to make amendments to the land use bylaw, in particular dealing with funeral home definition, not where it's located, but maintaining it in the general commercial, highway commercial, and industrial districts, and also adding the definition for crematorium and defining it and adding it under the general commercial, highway commercial, light industrial, heavy industrial districts under the land use bylaw. Administration's recommending second and third reading to the bylaws. Be happy to answer any questions.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So now I will open it up from questions for administration. Councillor McGee?
So originally we were working on a text to change something. And then we got first reading for the text of that, and then that drags us into the actual bylaw itself. So the bylaw, we've had a first reading on the text, but have we had first reading on the actual bylaw? And that happened in the last meeting?
Yes, Madam Mayor, through to Councillor McGee, the bylaw did receive first reading, then it was advertised as per the requirements under the Municipal Government Act. And so this is the same bylaw that was brought to council for first reading, and council passed first reading of this bylaw. And this is the bylaw that was advertised in the paper and here again for second and third reading.
And so if I understand it correctly, and I did do my reading, I wasn't able to have this document that was been given to us by Mr. McCray. And they talk about Strathmore and Edson and places that we didn't check where they have crematoriums in residential areas, as well as the issue around the change in how they actually crematoriums have changed over time with heat, you know, all kinds of new technologies. Do we have that information? And if we don't, and if we get to third reading, this is really my question, Peter, is that it's discretionary. So we then could get an application from the Drayton Valley Memorial to put a crematorium at their facility. And then we go through another process. Am I correct?
So Madam Mayor, through to Councillor McGee, there's a couple of questions I'd like to unpack in there. So in terms of looking at the due diligence, I mean, as part of the process, we did look at other communities and other land use bylaws to see how they had it in there. We're also aware of, you know, some of the history around these particular uses and how they interrelate and interreact with residential neighborhoods. And that's one of the reasons why moving forward, we have made it a discretionary use that, and our general commercial uses happen to be up against residential uses, and that's why it is a discretionary use. So it can be allowed in there. In terms of the process, this is a text amendment to the land use bylaw. This is not approving any specific business in any specific location. It's important to understand that. There is a separate process whereby somebody applies for a development permit, and then you go through the development permit process. So if someone were to want to have a crematorium attached to or within their funeral home business or separately, then they would apply for that development permit as a discretionary use, and it would go through that process.
That helps me a lot. And that's when we would start to see material like this. Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Thompson?
Yeah, I just wanted to add the second purpose of this amendment is to make, Peter, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's to make just funeral homes have to go through less to open. So it's defining, separating them. So if someone's just opening a funeral home, it doesn't have to go through the same process as it would now.
And that's correct. In terms, we're doing a couple of things here, right? One, we're trying to define something that isn't currently in the bylaw in order to facilitate that, but we're also trying to make it easier for existing funeral homes, because when you look at the impact of an existing funeral home, it really doesn't have the same, it doesn't have any stronger or negative impact than a regular type of business that would be similar to that, right? A commercial business that would be similar to that. And hence, there's no reason to make it discretionary. Simplify the process. Let's make it a permitted use.
Right, and you use certainty a number of times in your text. And I agree with that. Thanks.
And then just to add to that, when you talk about permitted use and certainty, that's for a funeral home, like the funeral home and the crematorium will be two separate definitions in the land use bylaw. That's the amendment where the current land use bylaw has that, it's not clearly defined, right?
That is correct, Madam Mayor.
And then so a funeral home will be permitted and crematorium will be the discretionary.
That is correct.
Okay, so this is for the text amendment today to the funeral home and crematorium within the land use bylaw. Deputy Mayor Gamana?
Thank you. I'm trying to unpack what you're trying to say as well. So this is a text amendment to the bylaw that was existed. And your recommendation is to, I guess, permitted use on from industrial areas, but not on CGN or residential areas. And then you're suggesting that it should be council discretionary to allow that on those areas. What was the thought process behind, doing that instead of coming with saying, it should be permitted here, not permitted here, and this is the examples like we've received at this meeting, and keeping it as discretionary.
Well, Madam Mayor, to answer that question, maybe just to clarify the point, funeral homes today are a discretionary use. Crematoriums are not defined within funeral homes today. And so what we're trying to do as part of this amendment is to, first of all, look at the definition of funeral home. We're here to add the definition of a crematorium to the definitions under the land use bylaw so that it is clear in terms of what that is and how it's defined. The second point is we are looking at funeral homes and saying there isn't a need for making that a discretionary use and having to go through the extra hurdles of a development process. Through that development process, instead, we should be making it a permitted use in general commercial and highway commercial and light industrial, et cetera, the districts that it is currently a discretionary use. Secondly, in looking at crematoriums should be defined and should be allowed somewhere in the community. And so what we were saying is that because we already have some funeral homes that are located in general commercial, that we're then saying they should be, crematoriums could be as part of those operations, but they are discretionary uses. And they would have to go through that development process for discretionary uses. So similar to what funeral homes go through today. Hopefully that answers the question, Madam Mayor.
No, thank you. It answers the question partially. So I understand that, the text amendment and the changes that we proposed and, wasn't defined and all of that, that's 100% we need to do that. My question was that, we know that there are funeral homes that is in areas that's not commercial general or industrial, right? So I guess, why did we leave them discretionary instead of making them either permitted or not permitted, right? According to your recommendation.
Sure. So Madam Mayor, to answer that question, so in our research and our looking at it and certainly my experience in dealing with these types of land uses is that most municipalities end up putting them into industrial areas, right? And what we're saying is if you make them discretionary, you could potentially allow them into the commercial districts. The reason it's discretionary is because you have to put yourself in the position of a homeowner being located right next to that funeral home, which is in most communities unusual, right? And there is that negative connotation of being located. And if you can imagine having that crematorium right next to where you live in your backyard, enjoying your yard and your neighborhood. So that's one of the reasons why it's discretionary to say, if the applicant can prove to the development authority that it will not cause any negative impacts on that neighborhood, and that's one of the responsibilities and requirements under the bylaw and under the act, to not negatively impact the enjoyment, use and enjoyment of neighboring properties, then that's why we have defined it that way.
Thank you. And that's the answer I was looking for. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, Peter. Any other questions for administration? Is there a member of council that'd like to make a motion? Councillor McGee?
Madam Mayor, I would make a motion that we give second reading to this bylaw, 2023 3D in the town of Drayton.
Thank you very much for that. Any comment, question, or debate on the motion? Mr. Vanna?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, just correction, it should be 2D, 23-2-D.
So what page is this on? Because I don't have this page.
64 of 83.
And then the motion? Oh, it's right there. Okay. No, I don't have it. Yeah. Don't have it. It's missing.
Well, it's three on the start. So that was I think the confusion of having two documents to start with the text and, but on mine, it's 2023 2D.
It's just part of the bylaw. There isn't a recommended. Okay. I think because typically we have a report with and it's not, right? So that's okay. So there is a second reading on the table and I've asked for any comment, question or debate on that motion. If there is none, then I'll ask all in favor. That is carried and I'm needing a third reading. Councillor McGee?
So I would make the third reading of this bylaw 2023 2D for the third reading, town of Drayton Valley.
Thank you very much for that. Any comment, question, debate on the third reading? All in favor? That is carried. And then I need a third and final. Is that correct, Mr. Vanna?
No, second and third.
Just a third? Okay. Okay, thank you very much for that. Okay, moving along. That was weird. That was not in there. That's okay. Okay, so now that we have wrapped up 9.5, which is our decision item, we jumped around a little bit. We are going to move into our delegations this morning. And our first delegation is 7.1, which is our community recognition. So a while back, council had decided that we wanted to recognize individuals, organizations, and people in the community that we felt stood out and went above and beyond and contributed back to their community. We also wanted to be recognizing people that maybe are having special days, 100th birthdays, things like that. And so this is the first time that we're doing the community recognition. And we have three lovely ladies here today that we want to be recognizing for their efforts in fundraising for our brand new Ricochet Aquatic facility, which we are very proud of, and our community has had the opportunity to be enjoying over the last few months. I know that all you ladies have worked so hard, and we're so grateful and appreciative for all the work that you've done to raise those extra funds to make this dream a reality. So thank you very much, and we'd like to just honor you today by giving you a little certificate. So maybe what we'll do is we'll get you to come down and we'll take a picture and give you a big thank you.
Bravo.
Mic on. That was for Lorene Beta. Thank you very much. And we have Jessica Dusterhoff. Thank you very much. And we have Carmen James. Thank you very much. That's right. It's all those, that little extra effort that really helps build our community and makes projects like this happen. So like I said, we're very grateful and thankful for all of your efforts in bringing the community together and fundraising and everything. We got a lot of extras in that pool that were on our wish list that got moved over from that wish list to actually being put in the pool. So again, thank you very much for that. We'll move on to 7.2, delegation from the RCMP this morning. Good morning, and I want to say congratulations, Ryan, to you. I seen that your daughter graduated at Holy Trinity, and you were just beaming from ear to ear when I saw you. So that's always a proud moment. My daughter graduated last year for HTA, so yeah, very special day.
Yeah, it was a fun weekend.
Yeah, so welcome, and I think you have an introduction for us this morning.
I do have the green's on, right? We're good. This is our new staff Troy Raditz. So he got here, he landed right in the middle of the evacuation, so that was fun. Yeah, he's getting settled in. I don't know if you want to do, you can ask him whatever questions you want.
Yeah,
We're going to grill you.
and that's fine. And thank you. I've met some of you folks and kind of in the middle of everything. And it was a very easy transition for me. Drayton Valley was really in a state of crisis at that point. Ryan and the other members and the work by the fire department and everybody else that was involved was so well done that it was very easy for me to come in and, take over and help support Ryan and the rest of the guys as a detachment. So just very happy to be here and look forward to quite a few years filling the role. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We welcome you into the community, and yeah, not the best of timing when you came, but it's a pleasure having you here. And yeah, we look forward to the coming years. And thank you, Ryan, for acting staff sergeant and everything that you've done. And thank you to your team as well. In the last, few weeks and everything, I know that you've worked tirelessly and your efforts, and we appreciate everything that you and your team and all of the RCMP that have, come from outside of the community into our own to help fight these fires and protect our community and everything like that too. We're very grateful for you. So thank you and welcome.
All right, we'll jump into the stats then, and then I'll give a little, if you guys have any questions. I have some stats for the evac as well, just so you guys have some of that information. So our stats for May, you can see our persons crime. That's kind of been the pattern all year, where last year was an anomaly on our persons crime, and it's continued to drop. We did see a little bump this month with our property crime, where we're up 3.6 from last. That is a little bit from evac stats as well. On that, I've always talked about how our vehicle thefts are very dependent on who's in custody, and we've been really good with having people in custody up until the month of May. So you can see we had 5 trucks go missing in May. That's going to be prolific offenders who are out, and trucks are what they use. They use them as crime vehicles. So that bumped up. I think we're averaging 1 or 2 between January, February, March, April, and then suddenly you see May. Summer's out and they're out, and we get that bump. But we do have our GIS team working on a couple properties right now, so we're hoping to get that tackled, and then you'll see it drop, and then you'll see that's the pattern it goes with vehicles. But overall, our criminal code stats are down, largely due to our persons crime being way down, which is good. Everything else kind of maintains status quo for Drayton Valley. So I pulled during the evac, not sure if you guys are aware, but we were running about 25 police officers a shift. So we had about 50 a day here in town. We'd run about 25 day shift, 25 night shift. That just included all the checkpoints. That includes sheriffs, fish and wildlife, but uniformed officers were about 25 a shift. We did a lot of proactive stuff. We had crew guys in town that were in plainclothes vehicles. We had aerial surveillance. We were running a drone through some of it, focusing on kind of our hotspot areas. We had surveillance cameras up as well. We had added our own, and TELUS cameras fired up as well. So we're using a lot of different avenues to kind of focus and kind of lock down. There was a few people that left in town that decided to stay and then decided to try and take advantage of an empty town. So I just ran stats for the 2 weeks prior to the evac, and during the evac, just to kind of, I wanted to get a window of a picture of myself of what it was. And what I noticed is like our theft unders were way down. Obviously, we had no houses or no businesses. So we had like 1 theft under during the evac. The 2 weeks prior, we had 4. Our theft overs, same thing. They're down. Didn't get a lot of stolen vehicles. That's not what they're in town looking for. We had 1. Prior to that, we had 4 in the 2 weeks prior. So you can see the thefts went down. It's our mischief stayed about the same. We had 5 mischief files during the evac. The week before we had, or 2 weeks before we had 6. Some of those looked like they were almost attempted break and enters. We had a rock thrown at Spirit Leaf, but no entry gained. Cause for critters as well. I'm not sure why that one. I don't know what you would be attempting there, but same thing, rock throwing, but no entry gained. A couple other things, we did get some, so at the end when like TELUS was coming in to check Wi-Fi and stuff, we did get some of those called in as mischief, like suspicious people, because they just didn't realize who was coming to their door and leaving carts and stuff. So we got a few calls of that. And that was just some of our, just our people coming in. TELUS, I think, is who mostly that was. We did have 8 break and enters during the evac. Lots of them happened in that first 24 hours. So kind of while we were busy with preservation of life, moving people out, some people decided to take advantage. The Shell gas station was hit, but we've arrested 4 on that. They got hit during, power went out on Friday as fires literally fighting it at the edge of town. And they took advantage of that power outage, and Shell got hit, but we arrested them actually that night with the property in town. So there's 4 arrested on that. Lauren's small engine got a side-by-side taken. We have charges pending on the individual who did that. We had a dirt bike stolen from a garage. We had actually recovered that prior to everybody coming back, so we knew that we were just waiting for that call. We had it in our bay waiting for somebody to say, hey, my dirt bike's missing, which we got when everybody came back. We have charges on that. We had a residence in an apartment building, and the only thing taken was food from the fridge. So that one is somebody staying in the apartment building decided to help themselves to their neighbor's food. We did have we only had 1 residence, and that was down on 43rd Ave, where they actually, it looks like they broke in and took some food, but also stole some other stuff from the house. We only had 1 residential break and enter. Other than that, Jocelyn's Grocery got hit kind of that very first right away as well. We have charged 3 on that. We have 1 more to be charged. And then a garage, and that was it. Other than that, our calls went up as far as our assist general private property checks. So we had 50 calls during the evac, where the 2 weeks prior were 22, but lots of just checking properties. Yeah, that was our evac stats. If you guys have any questions about any of the policing that went on or anything else, I'm more than willing to answer.
You have. Brian, what comes to mind is the number of arrests during an evacuation. And, that sense of, who would do that?
Mm-hmm.
Who are these people, right? So, and my guess is that not necessarily our homeless population, but would we consider them locals, or would we consider people that are out beyond our borders that say, oh, we got an opportunity?
Yeah, no, they're locals. They're all locals, actually. Nobody really came outside. It was some people who chose to stay, and all locals. I was worried about outside, especially in the county, because it was so big, and town we could really lock pretty tight. County is such a huge evac area, but we actually didn't have any issues with outside. It was flooded pretty heavily with police presence, but Yeah, it was all local.
And you talked a little bit about your cameras and the TELUS cameras. And we have TELUS cameras, but we don't use them all the time, but we can turn them back on. They're there.
The
and-
the TELUS cameras are there. From my understanding, they're not always on. They were turned on during the evac just to help. Yep.
As well as TELUS did bring in additional cameras.
The RCMP brought in additional cameras. It was all run, for us, it was a little interesting because it was all run through the same monitor. We had a camera on a trailer as well, and then there was the TELUS cameras that have always been here. But we would monitor them on the same monitor. They were all kind of fed in. I'm not a tech guy, I don't know how they do that. But we could monitor them all on the same monitor.
And the only other thing that comes to mind is that you had a lot of people working, and you had a lot of people working overtime, and you handle that within the greater RCMP. We're dealing with that now within our group because we had a lot of people working overtime as well. And so on how you handle it, but you may not have ideas of that. It just gets handled.
Are you talking cost, or are you?
Yes, and then, so, because from here, we will then try to convince the province to be with us using federal funds or.
Yep. Yeah, so the cost all goes, it's funny, actually, the last time I was here talking about cost, it was May 3rd, right before, because we were up in Evansburg, and I had mentioned that if ever happens, and the next day, look at that. Anyways, the cost all does not come out of us, or out of your town cost. It all gets billed when the state of emergency got enacted. We got a special, we call it collator code. It's a billing code. And all of our overtime costs, including myself, Troy, every member here, all our additional overtime costs bills back to that money line, which is not Drayton Valley's. So it's the same money line as the Chate fire. It's the same money line as Entwistle. It's all the same. It becomes one for the province when that got enacted. So all the police officers coming in, their costs don't get billed to us. Their stays at the hotel, everything like that's covered under that line.
And then with that, we do track it locally through sign-in sheets and that tracking our membership. But then with DEOC being activated through headquarters at K Division, so at a divisional level, DEOC actually tracked that as well. And so there is a firm record of which members were deployed, which collators they were associated to. And then that will be sorted at a higher level than the detachment as far as which are provincial costs, municipal costs, federal costs. And it goes as far as actually removing some members from their substantive lines and their daily wage being billed to a different reporting line. So it's tracked at a much higher level than detachment. We provide them the raw data, and then they figure out portions and costing.
Terrific. That's great. Thanks, gentlemen, and welcome from my personal point of view.
Thank you.
Good to have you.
Any other questions? Councillor Evans?
Just wondering, things seem to go pretty well. From what I saw, the couple of times that we had to come back for different reasons, it seemed like the town was locked down pretty secure. Anything that you saw out there that you could have done differently, or any lessons learned there? Or were you pretty satisfied overall with the way things went?
Well, I think you're never set. Like, ideally, I'd want my stats at 0. Right, like in the perfect world, right? Like, town leaves, it's now up to us to keep it safe. I really took that responsibility like heavily. I felt like it's now on us to make sure nobody gets in. I think the lesson learned is that, and it's hard. We talked about this balancing like that preservation of life, having to get out and evac people, but really they took advantage in the first 24 hours when we were busy knocking on doors. Or that Friday, the fire was really active and moving. We were moving our evac zones and pushing out to the rural and having to get people out. And so I think the lesson learned there is to maybe pull resources even heavier for that first 24, 48, getting your aerial surveillance right away, getting that type of stuff right away. I think that would be the lesson that I learned, is that And it's tough balance. I mean, you can't just pull people from the sky, and the province was on fire, right? So the resources were limited. We weren't the only community in crisis. But yeah, if there's a lesson learned, I would definitely say it's that first, lots of these, especially the resident or the business ones, happen in the first 24. So load up that first 24.
And what's interesting about that, and Ryan and I have talked about it, is those lessons learned here and what was seen at Drayton Valley in the initial 24 and 48. Then as evacuations became more common throughout the province, those lessons have been applied now throughout. So it's ever evolving. Some lessons were learned at Fort Mac and Slave Lake over the years, and we saw that effect here, and we're much better at it now than we were 10 years ago. But we're continuing to learn and evolve. And and heaven forbid this should ever happen again. I think you will see an even more effective response. I mean, the guys did a great job, but we are learning, and as quick as the continuation this summer, those lessons are being applied already. So the guys did great, but like everything, we pick it apart after, and our management at divisional levels taken it very seriously and applied those lessons.
Yeah, fantastic job. I mean, you know, the first 24 hours, like you said, are, you know, crazy, stressful, everything else. And you were able to apprehend these individuals and charge them, which is fantastic, right? So kudos to you, and thank you very much for all your hard work, and welcome aboard. And we look forward to seeing you around the community and then continuing working with you as well, Ryan.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
So that wraps up our delegations for this morning. There is no business arising from the delegation, so we'll move back into our decision items, starting with 9.1, which is a text amendment to Land Use Bylaw 2020-12D for Special Urban Reserved District. Mr. Vanna, welcome again this morning.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just noticing in my agenda that the administration report wasn't attached to the bylaw.
Oh, for this one?
For this one, 23-3-D. I don't know. Technology is great when it works, and when it doesn't.
And when it doesn't, it doesn't. Okay, so that one, okay, that's what I thought is missing as well.
Yeah, so perhaps I could just speak to the item.
Sure.
This item is here for initial consideration by council and first reading. It has to do with the town of Drayton Valley is in a process of purchasing the piece of land in the northeast quarter of Section 5, Township 49, Range 7, west to the 5th, which is by the Weyerhaeuser lands.
Mm.
The lands are currently designated as SURB, which stands for Special Urban Reserve District. And the issue as part of the conditions of purchase is that the current landowner wants residential development to be restricted in the lands that we are purchasing. In order to do that, we need to amend our land use bylaw to do a couple of things. So currently the Urban Reserve District allows for both permitted and discretionary uses for single detached dwellings. And so for us to make this agreement go through, we require to amend the land use bylaw, and we're suggesting that the land use bylaw be amended specifically for the northeast quarter of Section 5, Township 49, Range 7, west of the 5th. The proposed amendment would delete accessory building structures in permitted uses and add accessory buildings throughout the northeast quarter of Section 5, Township 49, Range 7, west of the 5th, where accessory buildings for single-family dwellings are prohibited. So what it's doing is it's specifically identifying that particular quarter section and saying that you can't have single-family dwellings or accessory buildings located in that specific. It doesn't change it for the rest of the urban reserve districts. And we have a lot of land throughout the town that's identified as urban reserve for future development. But for this, what we're doing is isolating this particular quarter section, specifically highlighting it in the land use bylaw that for permitted and discretionary single-family detached dwellings would be prohibited on that particular quarter section. And we're also as well adding a tool in land use bylaws called a fundamental use criteria. And what fundamental use criteria does in a land use bylaw, it means that if, let's say, somebody wanted to appeal that use to the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board, or even provincially, the appeal board would have to consider that not having single-family residential districts in that quarter section is specifically the purpose of the district, right? And so therefore you can't appeal it. You can't appeal those uses. So that's the gist of the amendment. And so we're asking today for first reading to bylaw 2023-3-D. And the steps from here would be that it would be advertised in the local paper, put on our website in the typical fashion that we advertise our statutory public hearings. And then following the advertisement period, it would come back to council for public hearing and second and third readings. Those conclude my remarks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much for that. Any questions for Mr. Vanna? Councillor Ballas, do you have a question? No? Okay.
I have a question though. Thank you.
Councillor Vanna?
So just from my understanding, the previous landowner would like us to put this caveat on there. So can any other use be allowed, or just this that they don't like to see?
So maybe just a little bit of background, Madam Mayor, if council would indulge me. So it is it's a condition of the sale of the land. It's not a caveat per se. It is just a term in the agreement. The thing to realize is that, and I've dealt with a lot of heavy industry. Heavy industry generally doesn't want residential near it for a lot of different reasons. But so industry can grow. They don't want residential anywhere near them. So in this particular case, we understand that logic and agree with it. And we're changing it in the land use bylaw because even if you had the agreement and this condition on the agreement, a development authority, if it's permitted or discretionary in the land use bylaw, still has to deal with it, right? Under Municipal Government Act, a development authority has to make a decision within 40 days, right, of a development permit coming in to make a decision, irrespective of any agreement, because the development officer or the development authority is not bound by that agreement. So we're trying to cover all our bases here. We're trying to make sure that residential would not be permitted on that particular quarter section, and it only speaks to that specific quarter section. So all the other lands in town that are urban reserve, it doesn't affect those in any way. It doesn't change. The bylaw does not change the permitted or discretionary uses that are currently allowed or discretionary in the urban reserve district.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but for that particular,
It only speaks to the permitted, or it only speaks to the residential dwelling and its accessory to that residential dwelling, only for that specific quarter section. All the other uses continue as they are currently in the bylaw.
so if somebody want to put an industrial area there, we can go ahead and do that.
Well, if they wanted to put industrial on that particular quarter section, they'd have to amend the land use bylaw and make it industrial. And the intent of this urban reserve district is that there is an area structure plan that covers this area. And the area structure plan does identify these lands as future industrial and commercial. So we're sort of making sure that the planning is done properly here and that residential is not going to inhibit future development of these lands as commercial or industrial.
Thank you.
Counselor Ballas?
Thank you very much. I feel that particular portion of the land is not suitable for residential anyway. So I certainly have no problem in supporting this bylaw, and I'd like to move that we pass first reading to bylaw 2023-3-D as presented.
Thank you very much for that. Counselor Ballas, I'm not sure where you're reading that from, but good job. I'll ask if there's any comment, question, or debate on the motion. None, then I'll ask all in favor. All opposed? That is carried. And I'm assuming that we're just doing first reading today. So thank you very much, Mr. Vanna, and we'll keep moving along the agenda. What time is it here? So I think maybe before we move into 9.2, which is our preliminary DB Park concept design, because that could be a lengthy discussion, we'll call just for a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene our meeting back at 10:08, and we'll jump back into decision item 9.2, which is our preliminary DB Park concept design. Good morning, Mr. Malik.
We're looking for our clicker.
Okay.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of the council. This RFD was brought to council in February 2003. We are bringing it back to generate discussion one more time. So at that time, Nick presented the concept plan for the DB Park. I would ask Nick to go through it one more time if you want to. Please.
Good morning, Nick. Thanks for coming.
All right, so a while back, we were kind of asked to think of what kind of ideas we could come up with to bring a park into the area. So we have a bit of a map here, and I'll kind of go through one by one, give a bit of a brief description on what we're looking at here, and then we have some slides to follow with some examples and some ideas to spark some other ideas, I guess. So in the top corner over here to the left, the big blue circle is an idea of like a stagnant pond, something that that doesn't have water constantly flowing, can freeze over the winter, so it makes a nice and easy ice rink or skating surface for us to maintain. During the summer would be an opportunity to perhaps have some RC boat races or something that we can enjoy. To the right of that, the pink there, an idea for potentially some kind of outdoor amphitheater, bring in some music, some plays, something to enjoy outdoors and kind of in our beautiful forested area. Then we keep moving to the right there. We have the yellow pathway, an idea for a suspended walking trail through the trees. Kind of get up tall and close to them. Maybe have it lit up for the winter or some kind of different kind of pathway through the trees and such. So that little spotted area, we went with kind of an idea for a theme, just to kind of spark some interest and ideas, is kind of like a magical forest. So there's a little area for kids, so we can have maybe some mushrooms or something that would be a little bit different to bring people to the area.
I like how you started with the magical area and then you moved to mushrooms.
Yeah.
And kids, so let's just say like like figurative mushrooms, like
Yes, yes.
stools and things?
Yes. And then kind of going with that idea, the orange spot there, I found some ideas for like giant area, or the whole point of it was just to kind of spark maybe some local art to kind of come into the area so that it's not just an area to play, but an area to also enjoy and bring what we have from our community into our parks. Area over here with the gray circle with the blue in the middle. I saw a concept from perhaps it was the community foundation, or there was the museum, where they had an idea for water feature, a nice fountain, and I thought that would be a brilliant idea. So kind of just copied and pasted what their idea was there. And actually on the way here, I believe the goal for your guys is to increase diversity, and so we were thinking actually is potentially if that went in to color some of the concrete and make a large medicine wheel. Maybe have an idea to work with some indigenous communities to have their input as well. At the top there with the 4 circles there is a tetherball area, something just for play kind of in the area here. The big blue is just a trail design, and then the green are potential entrances with kind of like a welcoming for it. So I want to go through the slides, something like so. Keep it forested, keep it natural. Walking trails, suspended walkways through our trees, some kind of outdoor amphitheater. That's where the magical giants or local art. Your mushroom seating with cover. A water fountain, and some of our parks, we do have game boards on our table. So to incorporate that in it, I think would be a great idea as well. Tetherball. The pond for skating, boat races. And we do have, see the top left picture there, right in the top, we have a standalone spruce tree that's kind of perfectly situated there. We've kind of cleared a little bit of an area back, so if we had a community Christmas tree or something, it would be perfect area for it. And we kept it around the fountain. I think it would be an awesome area for people to gather and enjoy festivities. That's kind of the concept.
So back to the same concept. Now, if you superimpose what is proposed over there to the existing map, and it shows the land use zoning. We have general residential, special park, and then special park for the wild rose. So if you go back and superimpose, this whole concept encroaches on the general residential area, and there's only a little bit of the park area as is. So if we want to move ahead with this kind of concept and we want to spend that money, we need to have rezoning done, and we have to decide. And on top of it, in the past, there was area structure plan done, which is attached to the RFD. That area structure plan was presented to councils 3 times and never approved. That was basically not a good kind of a area structure plan. It just gives some options, and I can quickly go through it. So if you go to UB Land Area Structure Plan, that was done. It gives the purpose. It is according to the MGA. And then they have presented a few, this is the ownership sketch. And then they presented, so they had the vision and the principles that it should have community, neighborhood servicing, and natural environment, and efficient infrastructure with the roads. And so they developed a couple of concepts. This is the concept plan. If you look at that, the park area, this is the green one. And this is a very small area as compared to the other. They have commercial, they have, I cannot see it. Give me 1 minute, please. Institutional, low density, yellow is low density, medium density is yellow, dark yellow, and then there's a park. So that was one option, and the other option was this orientation. Still, the park area was very small, and then it says that implementation, which it says the land use bylaw, it should be aligned with the land use bylaw, and as per the map XYZ, we couldn't find any XYZ map here. So it's all a concept at this stage. So it's up to council now to discuss and give us some direction.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Ms. Thompson?
Yeah, so I guess the idea behind bringing this forward too was there's potentially some grant revenue coming in surrounding forestry, environmental education. And so we had some ideas as to how we could incorporate that into either this area or potentially Ivanhoe Park. And so in order to get council's thoughts on this, we were bringing this whole thing forward again to see what the appetite was for potentially rezoning and making a bigger park. It's not to say that those are just ideas, and it's not to say that we have to do it all at once. It's to say, like, if council wishes to go in that direction to perhaps make a destination park, then there are steps that we could take now to start and design it so that in the future we could add the amphitheater if that became a feasible and fundable project. But starting off with perhaps expanding the walkways, which we already have grant funding for through ATF. The reason we're holding off this year is because we wanted to make sure that council was on board and knew what we were doing in that park. Because that portion that's in a park is fairly small right now. But to add some other features that incorporated environmental forestry education so that we could make use of some grant funds. So we were thinking solar lights, perhaps. I don't know if they would work in the forestry area, maybe some other lighting, so it was lit up in the evening. Doing signs along the walkways. We'd have to work with this concept if council really liked specifically the magical forest kind of thing, but thinking we could incorporate the history of forestry in Alberta, we could incorporate fire smart education and those types of things via signs that you could read as you walked along. And so that's what the point of bringing this forward is, to get some thoughts from council, and so we can move on some grant funding. So that's it for me. And if you guys have any questions, I'd really like to answer them.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, I think that you did a wonderful presentation and you summed it up well. There's some building community dollars on the table that we have to decide where we want to put them, and we don't want to miss out on the opportunity. So this is a great start to either have a discussion of if we're liking the concept here, or if we see somewhere else in the community we'd like these dollars focused on. I know that there is criteria and specifics of how this money can be spent, and exactly how Elvira said, you know, it has to have that forestry, environment, and education definitely concept. So I'm going to open it up for questions and discussion on how we need to proceed. We're already into or going to be going into July, so we don't want to, the funds are for this year, so we have to decide how we want to spend them, be eligible. So what are everyone's thoughts? Councillor Evans, did you want to start?
So Are we looking to establish a map and how we want this divvied up? Like, are we going for this? Are we looking for this? Or are we looking for that one, or is it kind of up in the air? I guess I'm just thinking area structure plan, that's sort of the first building block, if you will. And then how we fit all these proposed projects within that. I guess I'm just looking for some clarification on the land designation. Are we looking to establish that?
Yeah, so I would like to have some comments from planning department, how, if Peter is willing to give us some thoughts.
Sure, that's fine. So I had a couple of comments when they made me aware of the area structure plan that wasn't approved. I guess my initial comment was that I'm not sure why they presented it as an area structure plan. It's not big enough to be an area structure plan, right? Generally, area structure plans are statutory plans required under the MGA. They have certain parameters that need to be in the area structure plan. They're generally a quarter section in size, and identify future development and so forth. And so I looked at this, and I mean, my experience with parcels of land this size is typically that you do a concept plan, and then council would approve the concept plan, but you would do it looking at what the parcel of land has to offer, right? I looked at this proposed area structure plan, and my first comment was, this really isn't even an area structure plan. It doesn't meet the requirements of an area structure plan under the Act. Secondly, if I look at the concept, the concept itself doesn't necessarily look at the attributes of the parcel of land itself, and then sort of build on those attributes. So, for example, you've got a treat area. You know, how do you take advantage of that natural treat area? You look at the surrounding land use, you look at existing pathways that go through the parcel, you look at potential views and vistas on a parcel of land, and you try and take advantage of all these localized elements of the parcel, and then you drop a design, right, based on taking advantage of these things. And so that if I were looking at this and I was moving forward with it, that's how I would move forward with it. And in other communities, we've gone so far as to even do a design charrette, where in fact, you bring in a design team. It's a 3 or 4 day exercise, and you invite the community to get their input into it, to understand how they relate to the park. What parts of the land do they already use, right? Even though it's not designated a park, people use it as an open space area, and they recreate on those lands as it is, right? So it's important to kind of get that input, and then from there come up with a design that reflects the community, is sensitive to the community, integrates into the community, and moves forward from there. And then in that way, then council can approve the concept, and you're approving it by resolution, and then you put the dollars aside in your capital budget on a yearly basis. And obviously, if you want to take advantage of the grant money that's available today, you may want to look at the area as it is and say, can we do something with it? For example, it's not a lot of money, and so as something as simple as upgrading the pathways in it would probably eat up all that money, right? And or some basic signage in terms of to say, how does the forestry industry could relate to this parcel, right, as an information signage, that type of thing. And so you could use those dollars initially, and then, but moving forward into next year and so forth, you would carry out this planning process to get more detailed on that particular site. Part of the exercise is for council to understand, what do you want to do with this land ultimately? Is it the potential for, and that's just something that would come out of the charrette, would you would you have part of it as affordable housing or seniors housing that sort of fits into the neighborhood? Is it all park? Like what is the need in the community? What is the desire in the community, and fit it into the design? My comments, Madam Mayor.
Very good. Thank
Great
you.
comments. Thank you. Councillor Gamana?
Thank you. First of all, Nick, you've done a great job on creating these fascinating suggestions for us. My concern is not about that. My concern is about the process that we are following. This came 3 times, like mentioned, and last time, as I could recall, we were going to look at the lands that are available as a whole, and then having a conversation about what are we going to do with those, and also in particular with the DB land itself. And I made the comment that I don't think this is the right use for that land. And here we are at it again. I'm not sure why we are back at it again, and it's wasting administration's time and all that. My concern, like I said, if we have grant money and all of that, we need to look at what other parks that we have. We have a park very close to the area, which is Ivanhoe, as you mentioned, Alvera, that we need to work on if we have the funding, and also discuss the bigger picture, what suits for the DB lands and the lands that we have before we move on with any vision for the DB land. I don't think we've done that. We are moving ahead with something that we haven't discussed the bigger picture. So those are my concerns. It just probably be me, or I'm not sure how everybody else feels, but I think we need to have a bigger, broader discussion before we go to detailed decision on this particular location.
Yeah, we're not looking for necessarily a decision on the vision exactly, but in order to make any sort of progress on this grant funds, we needed to bring it back. So this was to start the conversation about specifically the grant funds and so if we can make these grant funds and start something off that could become something bigger later, then I think that's something for council to hear about and to proceed. And so this was simply one option, and for us not to lose focus on the bigger picture. So certainly council has to decide what their vision is for that area. If there was any interest in a destination park like this, we could, like Peter said, we could start off spending funds in the portion that's already a park. There is already a portion that's a park. So if we knew that there was an appetite going forward, then we could design the paths and the lighting and that to potentially, wouldn't have to, but potentially move into something bigger later. And at which point council would then definitely have to decide on the lands as a whole. So that was more the intent, not so much for council to decide right now the concept for the whole area.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Ballas?
Thank you. So what I'm getting from Peter's comments, the area structure plan that was developed is void, basically. It's good for nothing. Secondly, then to me, the next step would to be looking at, you suggested doing a concept plan. Thirdly, in regards to the grant funding, if there's grant funding available, why aren't we looking at the possibility of enhancing our entrances? To me, that's probably more important than another park at this time. Our entrances, you look at other areas, they have some sort of symbol or something there that is unique. And I'm not sure if the grant funding would be available for that. Depends, I suppose, on the theme that we chose.
Councillor Evans, did you have a question?
Yeah, just a little clarification. So what we looked at here today, what Nick was going over, fits within this special park?
It encroaches on the other side.
So if we
Yeah,
were,
I see that. It goes, it's only in this park then?
no, in order for us to incorporate that entire concept, we would need to rezone part of the residential. I believe it's residential.
Yeah,
for now.
residential according to one of these maps, right? But
Yeah.
in this map that you supplied, it looks like the trail goes right along the edge there and everything's within this area.
If he goes back up, you'll,
Yeah,
Through that
so you can
section.
see it in there even.
there we go.
Yeah.
Can we make it big?
Yeah.
Please.
There we go.
So it looks like it's within that special park area, or am I misreading that?
So if we look at that, this white line, I think this is the dividing line of special park area. And where this fountain is, I think this is the park area where the abandoned well is. The way it is laid down, we can put a fountain over there.
Yeah. So to encompass all of that stuff though, if I'm looking correctly, there's this house down here. We would, sorry, can you go back to that? So we would have to take just about a good chunk of this general residential there that you proposed, eh?
Correct. So
Okay.
if council had a vision for like a destination park like that with all these concepts, or at least some of these concepts, then what we would do immediately, or at least this year with the grant funds, is just have that in mind as we are spending the dollars, with the thought that perhaps someday it could expand. And so not to lose focus of perhaps that vision coming forward. But if we wanted to do all those concepts, then yes, we would have to rezone. Yeah.
So I guess that's the question in front of us today is, do we want to go ahead? Is there a desire to develop this park area and expand it and leave that piece to the west that runs all along 54th Street as whatever the case may be, commercial, industrial, residential, et cetera? Is there still a plan to put that, to put 47th Ave through there? Or any roadways?
No, as is, it's not.
So you would leave it as is and
Yeah.
no additional roadways through there?
Where are you saying for the additional road, Rick?
On these two concepts, it stops here, but there's proposed
okay, yeah.
roadways through here, right?
Gotcha.
But if we, if we push that boundary over, then we've got a pretty good stretch of land right along 54th Street that could give you access, I think, to residential or commercial, whatever happens to be in there, without running a roadway through the back and splitting it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if council had, either way, I believe that at some point we have to look at doing a concept for this, like
Yeah.
Peter mentioned
absolutely.
and Councillor Ballas mentioned. And so that at that point, we could get input from the public as well to see what the community sees and what they see as the best use for it. So we can't move forward on that if council doesn't not have that appetite for that. So that's, yeah,
Absolutely.
what we need from you today.
Councillor McGee?
Well, it's interesting that it's before us again. We've owned the land for 10 years. So 2013, we picked up the land and nothing's ever been done with it. And we've now decided, and in my view, for safety reasons, we've mulched. And the forest now, you can get through, you can see it. Seniors are starting to move on it. I think for this year, if we just cleared the path, but we talk about grants, and the grant funding that we are talking about is a Weyerhaeuser grant, if I'm correct. And that has to do with wood, it has to do with education, and beautifying and those kinds of things. It has got nothing to do with entrances or those kinds of things. It's a Weyerhaeuser grant that we're applying for. And the other thing is that if you can go to the actual concept of where the fountain was, yes. And so that particular fountain area is a ricochet well that they've abandoned. They're ready to put it to sleep. And then we've also talked to the seniors about whether or not they're still, I don't know where they're at in their concept of a gazebo, which was going to be down at the museum, and they would consider that as a great place for a gazebo. Cement. And so we need to be aware of that. The pathway now, Mr. Malik, when you talk about the white line,
Yeah.
that's a sidewalk.
That's the sidewalk.
So, and so we've got, and the blue, there are pathways that are currently in there. I was just through there on my bicycle yesterday, and we need to clear, get it back to gravel. But if we actually had a grant, you could actually start to consider putting down some pavement. And that's what we might get done in 2023, right? So that's the other thing, is that this is maybe a 3-year project to get it organized. If you think about you use the word stagnant, that's an interesting word because it feels a little stagnant. But the pond, and we've also been talking about at the Brazos Seniors Foundation, as we need some housing. We're almost full again, which is great. But so in an extension of that, we need to consider housing. We've thought about the land that's just a little bit south of the school. You can see the school on the top side. There's some land there that would make sense. We also, on this far left-hand corner, have our own housing, low-cost housing. So you've got an entire field that I think you should be considering in some sort of housing, however that works. And you could even consider some housing that you could sell and create funds to create affordable housing, those kinds of things. But just getting back to the park, I think the original intention when we acquired that land from the DeBee was to build a park. So we're there, but we have not done a single thing except for mulching. I think we need to march ahead. I don't think it's wasting administration's time. I think administration can get and can move forward relatively simply with 2023 and get a plan and get going. The reason it's back for us to consider today is we gotta move on. And general consensus of council was, yes, let's get moving on it. We may not all agree, but council as a whole said, let's get going. Thanks.
Thank you for that.
And I'll just add as well, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that we do have the ATF grant that extends to that park. Alberta
Trails?
Transportation.
Okay, so can I?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll let him speak to it more. So you could use the grant funds for things on top of just the paths.
So we had a grant, we just got, it is called INFC grant. And this is for active transportation. We had applied under that grant for 3 locations. One was the Peace Park, one is DB Park, and the other one was Lions West Valley Park. Sorry. So because we were not sure about the DB lands, we tendered both Peace Park and Lion West Valley Park. So that has been tendered, that we have got good prices. There is a lot of money left in the grant, which we received. We were hoping that we could utilize for next year on the DB lands, but that is only for the trail system. active transportation trail system. Now, this is a new mix coming into, which is for the beautification, forestry, environment, and education, which is on top of it. And I'm just worried that if we don't decide anything about the park, that grant is available till 2024, end of 2024, until unless we ask them extension. So there are 2-3 components going on. One is that INFC grant, one is this grant, and the third is what to do with the whole concept. My humble suggestion is that I think we should start with what Peter said, decide about the area structure plan of the whole thing first, and keep moving on that. Once we have the plan, community input, everybody's on board, then we have a bigger plan. Now, coming back to this grant, I think, as Councillor Bala said, we can use on the other, we should think about where other we can utilize. There are other parks, not only this park. But if we can do the fountain, I think that can be accommodated. We can put some lighting that can be accommodated within that area without rezoning.
Thank you. Councillor Kamana, do you have a comment or question?
Yes, I do. Thank you. So I'll go back to 2 words, one vision and the second one is priority. So like I said, the vision, I don't think we've defined the vision for the area for that DB land or any other land that we own. When we try to piecemeal stuff like this, I think we will end up not doing the right thing for the community. So that's my first question about concern about the vision. The second part is the priority. Like I said, we have another park close to there, which is Ivanhoe. I think if there's any grants available, that's one suggestion that I can give. And also, like Councillor Ballas mentioned, other things that we can do as well. Instead of, trying to start a new park, even before thinking is that a priority for our community, right? So those are the 2 concerns that I have. And, this is a 7-member council, let's see where it goes.
Councillor Evans?
Personally, I'd be in favor of establishing sort of some boundaries where we want to try and create this park. I like the location in the center of town. I like that we've got some big timber there that we're preserving. I think it's worthwhile. I think I would probably look at moving that boundary over sort of where it exists now, which is pretty much, let's say, in line with that sidewalk. And I think I'd push it over to the boundary of this lot here. I'd move the pond in. And that gives us a large area to the west there that could be, that could be developed, both residential and probably some light commercial, as there's light commercial just to the north on the corner. Can we get the whole picture up there again?
This one?
Yeah. So to the northwest, there's some light commercial up there on the corner. I think we could, it would work out well if we had a little more light commercial up there in that corner, and then what's left of the rest of this could be affordable housing, something like that. Here, I'll just show you what we're proposing that we park boundary all the way up. So that would mean that the pond would need to be shuffled to the east a little bit to keep it within those boundaries. But overall, that's just kind of, in my opinion, what would give us a nice park with big timber, service the seniors with some nice trails. I think as we go along, as grants are available at budget time, we look at the, I'm not sure about that raised pathway. I worry that somebody will fall off that darn thing or something wonky will go on, but, you know, I like the other stuff. I like it all really. I'm just, you know, it's cost. But I think that if we can preserve those lands in the middle of town, I think that's worthwhile while still having developable lands to the west there, for what was originally conceived in these ones. Just my opinion, as Councillor Gamana said, I'm one of 7, and that's what I think.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, I would agree with you, Rick, on all those comments there. I know this has come back several times, and I think that we do have to make a decision on everything. On the DeBee lands, what we're doing, we've owned this land for far too long, and we need to, you know, look at that long-term planning of what we want to do. I think that the mix of, you know, the park and the residential and, you know, potential for some light industrial or light commercial there is fantastic use of that land rather than it just sitting there. And I think we have to start moving towards that. I appreciate Peter's comments on, you know, how we get there is, you know, perhaps to put together a design charrette and, you know, build that plan or conceptual plan and put it out to the community and see what the community sees and how they, you know, view this area and if that's kind of what their vision is. And, you know, we talk about in our strategic planning is beautification and, you know, sustainability and things like that. So I think everything that, you know, our vision and goals in our strategic and corporate business plan aligns with this. So I'd like to see us moving forward. And I know that on the one grant from Weyerhaeuser, that again, you know, the park and the community dollars is really important and, you know, that educational, and it is a great piece as we've just cleared it. It's got some great timber in there. And I think it's, you know, the heart of the community as Weyerhaeuser referred to. They have, you know, suggested a few locations for their dollars. And now it's a matter of going back and forth, seeing how that criteria fits. So I think we need to decide if this is going to be the spot or if it's not going to be and start moving towards definitely the next steps. And yeah, I'm in favor of, you know, looking at this area as being where those dollars get spent as well. So I think that we're going to need a more of a decision today for sure. Councillor McGee?
I think we've also talked, and I think Councillor Gamana eloquently talked about the vision. The interesting piece is that if you come right from that whole Dotson Plaza area and you start to shift out through there, you can get right downtown, and that's sort of part of the vision, right downtown, almost all the way to the Brick and the Independent. And if you connect all those dots, it's a great concept, but it's a vision and it takes time. But if we have that concept plan in place and we draw towards it, and as Councillor Evans has said, that as grants come forward or as priorities come forward, that's to me is the vision. And I personally I'm ready to make a motion to go forward with a concept plan, community led. Let's get on with it.
Perfect. Are you wanting to make a motion then?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would make a motion that we ask administration to look at a concept plan that would be community led. And we draw in the Weyerhaeuser, the Ricochets, the community around it, and others that are be interested in this. And we look at trying to get that done in 2023 with some upgrades as well, Nick. But that's a different motion, I think. Motion is to just go forward. Right?
Okay.
Just,
Perfect.
Madam
Go
Mayor,
ahead.
for clarification, when we say community-led plan, are we going to have area structure plan? We start with that or just
No.
go ahead?
No, I think as Peter, as comments had suggested, going towards that way where we look at that concept plan and maybe designing that charrette where you have your stakeholders in your community at the table, that can be, you know, the players in leading where this design goes. So there is a motion on the table. I will ask for any comment, question, or debate now on that motion. Councillor Ballas?
I'm not sure if the statement was part of the motion or what, but anyway. In regards to a concept plan, Peter, how is that developed? Is it by consultants internally? How do we do it?
Thank you, Peter.
Madam Mayor, through to Councillor Ballas. So my recommendation would be that I've gone through this exercise a couple of times. Recently did one in Hinton and before that in Rocky Mountain House. Similar kind of idea, parcel of land in the middle of town, trying to figure out how to develop it in a responsible manner. So clearly, you know, Drayton Valley is a similar kind of size community and everything, and I think you need to get the right tools in place in order to do that job. And I think you need to go out to external consultants. It's easy for administration to prepare the terms of reference for the charrette and what it would look like, and to bring that to council so council gets a flavor of what can be expected out of the exercise, and then go out for the proposal to do that. In terms of timing, you know, doing it in a charrette fashion, I think accomplishes a number of things. It gets people engaged. It helps them to understand, providing input and actually seeing what comes out of the process from a design perspective, and they can see their ideas on paper. And so that, you know, people get a real buy-in when they do that kind of a process. And it is a time limited process. As I say, most charrettes get done within a week. And so you go from, you know, sitting down with all of the stakeholders, both internally, externally, going through this process. And by the end of the week, they have a design. You know, they can see what buildings would look like. They can see how, you know, where the trail connections would be, and what the concept would look like, which is a lot different than what we have in front of you today, because it really doesn't give you any idea of what you can expect on the site, right? And in that way, once you have that concept, then you can, as you know, every year you put money aside or you get grants to help facilitate and implement the plan.
Further to that, do you have an estimate of what budgetary dollars would be?
Yeah, I've got a number in my head, and I think I'd have to talk to the CAO, but I know that there's dollars set aside in the planning budget for other work that can sort of be moved around, and I think we could accomplish it with existing dollars that are in the budget approved by council.
For the charrette.
For the charrette, yeah, for the concept, yeah.
The concept.
So would an RFP have to be?
We would put together an RFP proposal. But we do have some consultants on contract, and we could approach them first to do the work.
So there is a motion on the table. Pam, did you get the motion? Okay. Any other comment, question, or debate on the motion, Councillor? Okay.
So I have the original motion, and then I ask administration to look at add the names of.
What is the motion?
She just read it, Bill. She just read it.
That council ask administration.
Sorry?
You're saying the motion is to look at
Yes, to look at concept plan.
or direct to do?
Yeah, I would suggest that be maybe more direct. So that council direct administration to develop a concept plan.
To develop a concept plan. Council, or so,
Thanks.
Councillor Ballas made a friendly amendment. Let's wait till Pam gets it. to direct administration to begin the process of a concept plan,
Development
concept development plan
In
leading to
consulta-
community.
in consultation
threat.
with the companies and public.
I don't think we need to have listing companies in there, no.
Okay.
Got it? Okay, perfect, thank you. Councillor Gamanadio, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I just want to summarize, as probably everybody see now that I'm not going to support this motion. So the first part is like I said, the vision. I think there's a bigger, better things that we can do in that land rather than putting a park on big chunk of that land. First piece. The second piece is the priority. There's a park close to that area. I don't think as a community we need another park just there. So just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So there's a motion on the table. If there's no other, oh, there's going to be one more comment. Go ahead.
Just for clarity, the motion of the concept plan is of the whole area, right? Not just the park. It's the
Exactly.
whole area.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so there is a motion on the table. No other question, comment, or debate. Then I'll ask all in favor. All opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much for your report. We'll
Just, Madam Mayor, just one last question. The expectations are at one point were to clean up the debris in the park just this year. Just, I'm concerned that if it stays dry and it won't be good because it might be a fire problem. So that's the intention. Can you talk to me a little bit about that?
Yes, Madam Mayor, through you to Councillor McGee. That is in our plan. We are struggling with other priority things like sweeping and potholing and yeah. So basically, it's on the works. As soon as we have some breathing, our guys will go and clean it up.
Yeah, great. Thanks.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. And we'll move on to 9.3, 50th Avenue reconstruction, 50th Street to Beckett Road, additional funds request. And this is you as well, Mr. Malley.
Thank you very much. Madam Mayor, members of the council, this 50th Avenue project was closed on June 1st. We got 3 bids. And one of the bid was not compliant as determined by the consultant. They have evaluated the remaining 2 compliant bids, and based on their evaluation, they are suggesting that we should award the contract to Border Paving for the amount of $5,535,399.66. The other bid was for $6,109,025.49. So McElhaney has done the analysis of the bids. They are suggesting that we should award the contract to Border Paving with the provisionals in it because we had some provisional items and council had previously approved $5 million for this project as a concept. You know, it was not hard and fast. It was based on let's allocate 5 million for now, and then we will see at the time of tender how we want to proceed. So we are also recommending that we should go ahead with this full meal deal with all the provisional ins, and then which also, you know, this money will be enough to cover the engineering cost and any unforeseens, and so we'll go from there. Now back to council. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you very much for your report. Any questions for bid? Councillor Evans.
A bid so west of West of 43rd Street would be next year.
No, 45.
West of 45th.
Yes.
Okay, okay. I guess my only question is do you feel that we have enough wiggle room in here that we're going to be able to address some of the odds and ends, like the some of the requests from the churches, bits and pieces like that? You feel we got enough of a contingency built in there to
Yeah.
manage that without this slowly creeping higher?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Without going into details, I would say yes.
Yeah, okay, yeah, and so they're not going to be huge, but
No.
they're going to stack up. I just want to make sure we have enough of contingency that you're not back here
No.
asking for another 200,000 or 300,000 halfway through the thing, that's all.
Apparently we have enough.
Okay, thank you.
So even with, if there's changes to the scope of the project, like Councillor Evans had said, you know, we talked about the narrowing of the road, we talked about, you know, the little inlets where the church is, if we do nothing there, if we do,
That's a minimal cost as compared to the total project cost.
and then we were breaking this project down into 2 years,
2
right?
years, yeah.
And then the proposal went out for the full 2 years,
Full 2
right?
years. Yeah.
Okay, so there could be some changes still, because I think when it came to the traffic calming measures, right? Like,
Yes.
those were included in here, but we talked about, we still have the option to decide, because those were, I don't know what word, not portable, but those
Yeah.
were, they
Movable.
weren't incorporated into the design, they were movable or
Yeah.
removable, I guess?
So as is, in one of the provisional item is that we provide permanent, and then the other provisional item is that we provide those movable ones.
Yeah.
So we will not spend money if we don't build those. So that is here, that will be saving. So there is some saving or some provisional item that if we encounter more sidewalks to be done, what is in that is also here, like 250 meter square. I, however, caution that next year when we do this, although we have some contingency, we will see how it goes this year. Next year, when the contractor will come back, and the engineering for the next year, we will have to look into that, supervision of that. So we will see at that time. We'll see how it goes this year, and then what savings are and what we can do.
So we
But-
could end up being below then, is what you're saying, because those are incorporated in this already,
Yeah, I mean,
if we decide not to go with those.
yeah,
Okay.
or maybe we will need maybe 50 or 100,000 more at that time if we spend too much engineering overseeing whatever we have now, and we have the cushion of, say, for example, 300,000 is a straightaway cushion here, because they bid on the site-off days. Site-off days are, they have bid 100 days this year and 100 days next year. So if they build within 100 days, we will not pay them anything. If they build within 80 days, and there are 20 days, they will be paid bonus of 1,500 multiplied by 20 days. If they go over 100 days and they spend 120 days, they will be penalized for those 20 days at the rate of 1,500. So there is a question of 300,000, which can cover engineering. That's what
Okay.
I'm saying.
Okay. Councillor Evans?
So we haven't budgeted for site supervision by McElhaney in next year,
Yes.
right? So that's the cost you're referring to, the site supervision?
We have certain amount of hours. Right.
I see. So
Yeah.
if they get it done quickly,
Yeah.
McElhaney would still owe us maybe
Yeah.
some supervision hours
Yeah.
moving into next year.
Next.
Yeah, okay. And I think next year, the second half of it is going to be probably more straightforward and
That's right.
a shot. Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Looking for a member of council to make a motion, yeah. half a million, 500,000. Yeah. You go ahead, yeah. Yep.
Okay. I'll make the motion that council approves the additional capital cost of $535,399.66 for 50th Ave East improvements to be funded from the federal gas tax allocation.
Thank you very much for the motion. Any comment, question, or debate on the motion? I do have a question for the federal gas tax allocation. That is for 2024?
Correct.
Okay.
It will come out of next year's.
It'll
not
come out of
2020.
next year's allocation. Okay. And do we know what that allocation is in total?
I don't know off by heart. 2024 is the last year of the structure being set up the way it is. It's changing. I can't remember exactly. I want to
There's a
say it's like
default
400 or 500
inflation.
or between 500,000 and 600,000. So it'll take up the whole allocation of next year.
Okay. Councillor McGee?
So do we need a motion to accept the winner of the bid?
No. You,
We set it up
in
for
it-
tender?
yes,
Yeah.
yeah. So we just, in order to accept the award, we just need to make sure that we have the appropriate approved budget.
And do you get a sense that we may get some political backlash, given that we have one local contractor that had anomalies?
Okay, so it appears that the local contractor is a subcontractor to Border Paving.
Yeah.
So they are in the action.
They just contracted out, yeah.
Yeah, and just a comment, normally in my past, we do that, as you suggested, that we awarded to Border Paving, but the way it's written, it's also good. We can award that. That council approves this is for the additional dollars, but it doesn't say that we have to award it to the Border Paving.
It is a recommendation by the consultant to, to your comment about the political backlash, is that we have a process in place for a reason. And so we follow our process, and we did that here as well. But further to that, yes, they're still involved in this process as a subcontractor. So I think that will be okay.
Thank you very much for that. So there's a motion on the floor, and I'll ask then if there's no further comment, question, or debate on that. And I'll ask all in favor. And that is carried. Thank you very much. And a bit, I'll just ask you to stay, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to just jump to our department reports. And I'm going to start with municipal services, just because Joey's here and I want to be mindful of his time that he may have to leave. So if we could just do your department report right now, as we have Joey here. And I know that, or is it community services?
Protective.
Protective, I'm sorry. Joey is here for Tom's report.
Oh.
Okay, sorry, you get to go for, protective and emergency services. So if we can have Joey and Tom then do their presentation on that, then Joey can be on his way again. Come on down. You can sit, both of you can sit right there. Fantastic. Good morning. Thanks for coming.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Morning, Mayor and
Morning.
Council. So this morning, we're going to provide an update on the fire. So I will turn that over to Joey, and he can give you all the details, as he's the Director of Emergency Management. So
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you guys the 30,000-foot view on the ongoings of the Buck Creek wildfire, as well as the Pembina complex, what we're labeling as the interface incident, where we have the urban interface of Brazeau County that's being faced by the fire coming from the Edson and Rocky Forest Protection areas. So that's how we're defining that other incident. And then, of course, we have new starts and weather issues that are occurring. So yeah, you guys all know me. I'm Joey, Director of Emergency Management here. I'm filling back in as Incident Command. I've done an org chart shuffle just to kind of better manage everything that's been going on, as well as new incidents, just to kind of give a better overarching view of things. So Tom is still continuing his exact same role, but with a different title. So basically, he's going to be the Operations Section Chief. So he's going to be overseeing the physical components of all the fires that are going on right now. And then myself as Incident Command is going to be the general oversight of that. Within that, we have 3 branches set up. So we're going to have the Buck Creek Wildfire Branch. We have the Pembina Complex Interface Branch. And then I have kind of an open branch that is not currently filled, but I'm labeling it as new starts and new events. So what that does, that permits us to have those resources from our logistics section, our planning section, our finance section, information, safety, liaison, all those resources are now available to new starts that pop up. So last night, should we have had no moisture or precipitation come with that windstorm and our new starts, we could have had a series of events pop off quite dramatically. And in that case, we would have had the resources in place, which we did actually kind of action a little bit based on having that interoperability between incidents. So that's kind of the overview of the org chart shuffle. The Buck Creek wildfire, it's still within the original perimeters. It has not grown outside of the lines that have been given. However, there have been new starts. There's been a little bit of flare-ups on the edges. However, the overall perimeter is not growing. The fire line is not expanding. I'll kind of go through some of my briefing here on the Buck Creek wildfire then. So right now, as far as personnel go, we have Hellfire, a contractor that's doing wildland fire suppression. They're also performing a fire patrol function. They have 2 5-person teams, a supervisor, and I believe a patrol group as well. So we have between 12 and 16 people, depending on the day, depending on who they have available. Right now, we have 2, they call them 8-packs from forestry. So they're 8-person ground crews. So they don't have supervisors. So we're providing supervision, we're providing supervision, sorry, up until we got a supervisor from forestry. But those 8-person crews go in, they perform mop up, they work the ground fires. They're very experienced. They know what they're doing. They're the right people to have there. So with Hellfire and forestry combined, we have between 30 and 35 people on the ground day to day. We have our own deputy chief who's functioning as an operations deputy within the incident command structure. Tom is overseeing that as well. So we have a lot of personnel attached to this. As available, we attach our own crews to it, usually on the weekends, some evening stuff as fire behavior picks up, as it's needed, that kind of thing. We'll throw our own crews at it. Our personnel are burnt out, extremely burnt out. They're fatigued. Last night we had calls and we were having trouble getting people responding. Not saying we had trouble, but it was slow to get people to the hall kind of thing. This morning we had another call, very low turnout right now, which is unfortunate, but it's quite understandable considering the circumstances going on. But that's why we don't currently have our own crews day to day on the fire, because they have their own full-time jobs to attend to. So in operations, so Ryan from Hellfire, he stepped up as the operations chief for the Buck Creek wildfire from Friday through Monday. He covered for Murray, who was on, 4 much needed days of rest. During that, there was some high winds, a couple drying days, high temperatures, low relative humidity. Those all combined for some more exponential fire behavior. We had some flare-ups on Friday that resulted in us, Tom can attest to this a little bit more too, is that we called in a helicopter from forestry, an initial attack helicopter with a bucket. They came in and suppressed and knocked down a bunch of the fire. From there, we had ground crews go in and try and mop some of that up. We're working on other systems right now to kind of monitor this, like wetline systems with sprinklers, those kind of things in some of the hotspot areas. So there's a lot of stuff that we're considering at the moment as far as the Buck Creek fire goes. We'll talk on the Pembina complex now, and I'll maybe swing. Do you have anything you want to add on the Buck Creek fire?
Just to add a little bit, we also have additional resources. We have 8 contracted water haulers from local companies, as well as we have a couple excavators as well from local companies that are assisting us with the operation. So the fire is still actively burning, and that's the important part that we need to recognize, that it's not extinguished. And I know people will think, oh, we got rain last night, and so we're all good, but that's not how this fire is functioning. It's burning underground for the most part, and so it will pop up again, and we'll be fighting it again. So it's a continuous process, and that'll go on for the next several months. So just wanted to give you an update on that.
I'll speak better to the weather here in a minute too, as far as some of the drought codes and how we look at that from a fire perspective. So the Pembina complex fire, that entire complex is fire as the forestry agencies define as fire 31, fire 39, fire 34, and fire 40. They've all combined now into one large fire. That fire has exceeded 300,000 hectares. For scale, Brazeau County is exactly 300,000 hectares. That fire burning in Yellowhead County is larger than Brazeau County is. So obviously very significant. There's not enough resources in Canada to actually go in there and completely suppress that, let alone the resources that are stretched thin now and working that fire. The incident management team on that fire had to take over another complex as well. The Deep Creek complex, which is more parkland to Yellowhead County, doesn't actually affect us as much, but it just kind of speaks to how stretched thin a lot of the incident management teams are. So over the late last week into the weekend, they were predicting wind shifts and a cold front to swing in Saturday. Prior to that, the fire took a run Friday night into Saturday morning. So from about Friday noon till Saturday at 4 a.m., that fire took a run in several different directions. There was a finger that went towards Marlborough and Robb in that area. Based on all the fire behavior analysis they could do, they predicted the fire to run as far as 12 kilometers, and it ran 31 kilometers. The systems they have in place cannot keep up to the projected fire growth we're getting. That was 200%, over 200% of the projected growth that it ran, forcing evacuations. Another finger, which they're calling the middle finger of the fire, went right up to Edson. I believe it's 4 kilometers. The fire is being held-ish 4 kilometers from the town of Edson. They have resources on it. They have structural protection units in Edson. They're working very hard. A lot of resources are being thrown at that because it is impinging on Edson. Somehow, by the grace of God or whatever you believe in, the weather did not turn around on Saturday as predicted, and they were able to keep it held at the border of Edson, basically. Edson, Yellowhead County forestry contractors, people from all across the country are working that fire, especially that middle finger towards Edson, to make sure it doesn't roll into Edson. On the eastern edge, during that run, there was also a large flank of fire that grew towards the northeast. So right now the fire is, I believe, 16 kilometers from Cynthia and 18 kilometers from Lodgepole. When you look at the fact that the fire did a 31-kilometer run with a bad wind, a strong wind after a few drying days, Cynthia and Lodgepole are still at risk here. So on the county side, I've been paying a lot of attention to that. Thursday night, I went to Slave Lake for a course, a wildland urban interface firefighting course. We spent Friday doing structure triage practice and understanding pump systems and sprinkler systems. Saturday morning in Slave Lake, we set up sprinklers for practice. And then at noon, I decided it was time to head home. We cut our course short, went to Cynthia, and we worked till 2 o'clock in the morning setting up sprinklers, got back up at 7, kept the sprinkler setup going, and basically have most of Cynthia sprinklered. Right now, we have 36 sprinklers up and around Cynthia, with the bulk of it covered and protected with multiple pumps. We have 400-barrel tanks set up around the town, kind of prepared. So we have it all set up, and then we disconnect some hoses so the roadways aren't interrupted. Pumps are locked up. So basically, within a 1 to 2 hour notification, we can get to Cynthia and have it sprinklered and protected. That includes the fuel station, some of Mitch's campground to the east there, I guess it would be, and the bulk of that kind of residential area. Knowing the risk for Lodgepole as well. And again, this is more applicable to county, but it gives you an idea as to what's going on. So I tried to order a type 1 structure protection unit from the province. The best and with staffing, the best I could get was a type 2 and no staff. And then later in the day, I was able to get a 5-person crew. So both these units came out of, the trailer came out of BC, and the 5-person crew is also a BC team that was in Edson. And I whined and begged and pleaded enough that I got a 5-person team. So I have a crew in in Lodgepole that came from Edson there. They're setting up sprinkler systems. They're preparing Lodgepole. And it's not that we're going to get ran over today or tomorrow. The risk is going to be there for a long time. So the fire that took a run in Edson, that area of that fire that took the longest run is the area that's had the most moisture in this general vicinity of Brazeau and Yellowhead. And after 2 or 3 drying days, it took a significant run towards a few municipalities. So the risk is going to be there. I'll go over a few things. So how we measure fire behavior potential is through a few different codes. So one is called the buildup index. The buildup index is a numeric rating of the total amount of fuel available for combustion. And that's based on drought in that fuel. So even with this rain, our prediction for today, we still have a high buildup index, which basically means the fuel is going to burn, the fire is going to burn deep into the ground fuels. Our initial spread index, something like that, is based on our fine fuels and their moisture. That's extremely low right now. There's no potential. The grass is wet, the trees are physically damp. Our drought code is extreme as of today. We still have an extreme drought code. So that's the deeper fuels, the larger fuels. They don't have the actual moisture to sustain or to keep that moisture in place and hold it through some drying days. Our Duff moisture code is still high, between high and moderate. which with this rain is still speaks volumes about how dry the ground is. Our fine fuel moisture code is low. So that's like your pine needles and your grass. So that kind of stuff, as expected with the rain. The big thing is the drought and the buildup index. We aren't getting the total precipitation and the durations of precipitation needed to handle everything. Every person I talk to in wildfire, the structure protection unit teams, consultants, other fire departments. I'm a prairie boy. This is my first real run at a good forest fire season. So I speak to other people and I ask, industry professionals that have been doing this for years, and this is a bad year. We're not out of the woods yet. It's gonna, unfortunately, and you don't like this word probably, but it's gonna be expensive and it's gonna be a fight for the rest of the year. With the Buck Creek wildfire and its encroachment on town, that's a very high priority for the town and the county. And we're putting a lot of resources on that because the last thing we want to do is to have that one take a run and exceed the current fire lines. Even if it doesn't encroach on the town, the rural area is so densely populated with acreages, Violet Grove, small towns, rural residential subdivisions, et cetera, that there's still a lot of potential there for some catastrophic damage and injuries. Obviously, our number one priority is life safety, and that correlates back to us making sure the fire is held under control. I'll go over last night's weather event. So we had a cold front move through and it got quite windy. I was watching the for sale sign across the street at 90 degrees horizontal to the ground or perpendicular to the ground. And then the calls started coming in. So we had 3 new starts, 3 new fires outside of the Buck Creek fire area. We had an additional one that I don't know if it was outside or inside. And we had several flare-ups within the Buck Creek wildfire area. The starts within were held with crews that were there. I attended 2 of the different fires. There's 3 additional calls for power lines or trees contacting power lines that did not start fires, luckily. But we were ripping across the county back and forth last night. One crew would be assigned to one call, one to another, and then we'd be changing calls, and we'd actually be meeting each other at an intersection as we're going to separate calls, and that happened more than once last night. It was about a 45-minute period of high winds and issues until the moisture came and kind of settled everything down. None of the fires that I know of exceeded even a hectare or even probably an acre. So luckily we were able to keep everything under control. One of the issues last night was it was all power lines, so we couldn't action a lot of the fires because I'm not going to put my firefighters at risk. Even if transformers are open until Fortis comes and confirms that lines are isolated, I'm not going to allow my firefighters to touch that. So we did have quite a busy night last night. Moving towards the reclamation and remediation side of all of this. So that's been ongoing. I've had one of our firefighters actually, he's a independent contractor, and I've kind of seconded him to working for me. He has been out in the field. He spent approximately 9 days driving around in a pickup truck. All he was doing was measuring damaged fence, not even dozer guards. He measured damaged fence for 9 days straight. His direction was to make any repairs that were 25 minutes or quicker to repair. So single wire snapped off, cuts, et cetera, like that. He's another Saskatchewan prairie boy. He knows how to fix fence. So I had him out there doing some good work. Aside from that, so we've taken all those fence repair or fence damages we have, or we're titling it livestock infrastructure damage. The county public works has all those reports now, and they're processing those into work orders, and they have crews actually out fixing it. We prioritize some ranchers and farmers that have livestock that they are in a pinch for pasture. So we made sure we put those guys at the top of the list to get them, get their fences repaired. There were some other individuals too, older residents, people with, limited ability. One gentleman who is recovering from a broken ankle, and obviously we're going to help him out too, right? We're going to put him at the top of the list, which we did. We flew the dozer guards last Wednesday and Thursday with range helicopters because it would be unrealistic, I think, to try and either do it on a quad or hire a professional surveyor. So the breakdown of dozer guards and disc guards, and this is a combination of solicited and unsolicited, meaning stuff that through the incident command structure, we put people in places of responsibility and authority, and they directed the dozers, and some of the freelance operators that perform dozer guards. It's important to note, none of those dozer guards that were even freelance or unsolicited were done with bad intentions. Everybody wanted to help and everybody's working with good intentions. There ended up being a lot more damage that we're going to have to foot the bill on for some of that. So east of the river for dozer guards, there was 39.67 kilometers. For dozer guards west of the river, there was 23.94 kilometers, so a total of 63.62 kilometers of dozer guard. Disc guards, so that's like your cultivators, your discers, that sort of thing, more of a farm implement. Disc guards east of the river was 21.42 kilometers, and disc guards west of the river was 12 kilometers for a total of 33. You combine both those, you get 97.04 kilometers of guard. That's all stuff that we have to remediate and repair. Public land and private land are extremely different in how we navigate that. Public land through the Blue Rapids Provincial Rec area and other areas like that are quite simple. And speaking with Alberta Lands, which additionally we have a meeting on Friday, myself, the county CAO, I think Elvira might be included in that, and the county finance director. So we're going to look at some of the grant programs, remediation requirements as far as the environment goes, that sort of stuff. So that's a meeting we have scheduled for Friday sometime. I don't know exactly when. I'll have to look at my calendar, but that's not important for you guys at the moment. But on the provincial lands, we can basically take excavators, pull the trees, pull the organic materials back over, create a slash pile, and we're good. Anywhere we have a creek crossing, I map those as well. I believe we have 11 crossings of creeks that were noticeable from the air. So I was pinning those while we were in the helicopter as well to count for that. So we're going to have to talk to environment, probably Alberta Environment, to ensure that we are correcting those as appropriate. We have county land involved, we have town land involved, we have provincial rec area involved, we have a federal watershed in the North Saskatchewan River. This is a significant undertaking, the reclamation remediation side of things. So as a part of that, the county is looking at potentially a consultant or a third party to advise and hire on some of this. Nothing's been confirmed or determined yet, but just as we kind of understand the whole picture of this, we're realizing we're going to need some administrative and functional support to handle this. As we engage with landowners to reclaim and remediate on private land, it's quite likely we're going to have to make individual deals with each landowner to remediate to their requirements based on what it was. We had one area, again, this is county, but we had one area where some unsolicited dozer operators went into, I figured it to be about 10 to 20 hectares just from looking at it. And they took their blades, they lifted the blades up and they walked all these trees down. Like about 20 hectares of swamp spruce, they just knocked the trees down. They didn't clear them, they didn't make dozer guards. They just went in and arbitrarily damaged a ton of private property. We have other landowners that we had dozer guards through, they have to turn it to hay. We have one individual in the county that we've actually graded all the dozer guards back through his field. We've dissed it for him, and we are looking at providing either seed to turn it back to hay for him or some kind of financial reimbursement that's equivalent to the damages caused. And that's just one individual. You know, through 97 kilometers of dozer guard and disc guard, there's going to be a lot of this individual work being done. Generally, a lot of the dozer guards are going to be held until the fall time. That's the recommendation from Alberta Lands, is to wait until fall. It's usually the best time. Material's dry and soft. You can break it up with the excavators and spread it out, replace it. Combined with that, we want to keep dozer guards in place, because if we return a dozer guard and we have organic material in there and the fire does decide it's going to take a run, we could be in trouble again, right? We don't want to, I'd rather have a dozer guard there, you know, in location A, and maybe a frustrated landowner that we have to, you know, compensate a little bit for some damages, than have a fire run across it because we remediated it. So it's going to be case by case basis as we look at the map of all the dozer guards, where all the damages are and how we want to deal with it. And if it's critical to holding the current fire perimeter. Our incidents alone here, so I just kind of have another note that I want to talk about. So we're obviously dealing with town staff managing this incident. We have county staff, we have Hellfire as a contractor, we have forestry here. I'm working with the Rocky Forest area managers, Edson Forest area managers, Alberta Emergency Management Agency. We have a contractor SPU team in Lodgepole. There are still a lot of agencies at this. We don't have a large flame front running towards the town, but all that means is that the hard work is coming now. As we've been saying for the last month, we don't have that big fire. It doesn't look bad, but it's still bad. Now that buildup index, the drought we have, this is going to be a problem until the snow flies, from what everybody is telling me in wildfire neighboring departments. I'm going to say the word again, and you guys aren't going to like it, but it's going to be expensive, unfortunately, as we manage this to prevent it from getting more expensive. I don't really have any more notes on this. That's pretty much all I wanted to say. We are getting some precipitation. I hope it's more precipitation than they're predicting in order to be effective on our fire. But that is all I have for a briefing today. Do you guys have any questions for me?
Thank you so much for that, Joey. Any questions? Councilor Kamana?
Thank you. I haven't had a chance to thank you and your team for what you've done. Because of you, we had a community to come back to. So just wanted to mention that before I ask any questions, and you guys are superheroes. So thank you very much.
I appreciate that. There's about between 500 and 1,000 other people that we have to extend that thank you to as well that helped us.
So my question is that, of course, still, we are hearing on your report as well, there's concerns and we are not out of the woods yet and all of that. So to, I guess, put some ease to the community, how likely or unlikely or, can you give us a little bit of a feeling on what's going on in that?
I cannot predict accurately what the fire is going to do. The fire behavior analysts that were actually predicting fire behavior based on predicted weather are still missing the mark. Timelines are missing the mark. It's going to be 100% weather dependent. If the rest of June is we get absolutely hammered with rain, it's going to be a better year. But if it stays on this little bit of precip to drying days, to a little bit of precip to drying days, we could be dealing with flare-ups for the rest of the summer. We have lots of resources on the fire, and the intent of that is so that we can handle anything as it pops up. We hit it hard, we hit it fast, and we prevent it from becoming something like what we saw as it moved up the River Hill, et cetera. So we have the resources now in a proactive fashion instead of being reactive. But either way, it's better than inactive. So we're working on it.
The other question is, of course, when we look at the day-to-day stuff that's going to happen, of course, we are fighting the fires around, and hopefully we can keep it there. So the status of the fire is now being held, right? So, but for normal operations, for buying a house, buying a vehicle, there's a lot of impact towards that. So, again, we don't have the crystal ball, but in your opinion, when would you think that that status might change?
It's hard to say. Part of it is honestly, I'll be honest with you guys, I have inexperience with significant wildfire events like this. But from what I'm hearing from everybody in the industry that I talk to that does this day in, day out, year after year, is that, we're in for a long haul here. I don't know what it's going to look like for the local economy, unfortunately. I expect there to still be some impact based on what I'm hearing.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Councillor Evans?
So Joey, through the fire, your role was the Director of Emergency Management, but you were also incident commander as well?
Yeah, I think I've filled 9 different positions through this incident. So I started as incident command. When things took off, I kind of took the bull by the horns. I took incident command for the first 3-day period until we had IMT staff there, and then they replaced me as incident commander. From there, I spent a couple nights as a night shift or night operations supervisor. So I was back in the field doing more of a fire function. It gave me kind of a break and a separation from the busy administrative functions of the incident management team. I came back in as ECC director, so looking after the municipal side of everything like ESS, the permitting system, assisting the staff there that were having, some struggles with direction. I also came into the liaison officer role, so I started engaging with some industry partners, other agencies as far as that goes. And then I kind of held the ECC director position. I've been floating as needed, but throughout this event, I've been trying to make sure I'm filling my DEM role, specifically making sure that I'm overseeing a lot of the communications, getting the full picture of what's going on in the county. And that's why I'm kind of expanding to the countywide, including Drayton Valley. So entire county and Drayton Valley get the big picture of things. And as you would almost call it an area incident command, but it's not by definition, combined with being the ECC director of everything. And also being the DEM of both municipalities, I've essentially created a unified command by myself in doing that. So I have been filling the DEM role as needed. The incident management team was given the delegated authority during the peak of the incident. So at that point, they were technically they were the direct reports or would direct report the incident commander. But then once the delegation of authority was returned to us, I'm formerly the DEM, and now I'm responsible to manage all this. Does that kind of answer? It's
Okay.
pretty long-winded.
Yeah, you had a lot going on, and I appreciate that. I appreciate what everybody was facing at that point in time, and commend everyone, even though I've been asking some questions about different areas of it. Don't think that feel we should be removing people or anything such as that. I'm just looking for where we can improve. So I guess I would just ask this question. Should we be, to both of you gentlemen, should we be looking at the structure? Is Joey's skills more sought after in the field and in incident command in other areas? Would it be an idea to look at someone else to either take over that DEM role or share that DEM role? And I ask that simply because of this. To me, that director of emergency management should be leading the EOC or the ECC. As you know, it's the roles within that ECC or EOC with the turnover in employees with both municipalities, finding the time. It's difficult to get people trained and fully prepared when something like this hits, and having a full complement. And to me, that's where the DEM is very important to get that initial stuff off the ground, get things going, settle your people in your EOC and get them assigned and moving. And again, I'm not making any accusations, but it seemed like in the beginning, the first day or two, that hands-on leadership would have been a positive, if I may. So all I'm asking is when we go through this final analysis of this, and we do the full debrief, and we get everybody's thoughts on it, I think it would be a good idea at that point in time to look at the structure of the fire department and maybe a bit of shuffling of some of those responsibilities. You know, I'm not sure where your deputy chiefs fall into the action against a fire either, Tom. So I'm not looking for you to say, oh yeah, we'll stick Joey here or move him over there and bring somebody in. I'm not looking for that right now. It's just, I guess, more a comment that I really think we maybe should, just to see if we can clone Joey and get him in two places at one.
Yeah, I wholeheartely agree with you, Councillor. So my position is 0.5 as fire training officer, 0.25 as DEM for the town, and 0.25 as DEM for the county. My position in the department, the hierarchy kind of gets inverted during an incident, as you've alluded to, and that creates personality struggles and issues because it goes from me being there to there, right? And that's not conducive to a positive working environment. I've had struggle with the idea of having to take that role on in an event. I could do either role very confidently. However, my time is spread very thin. In previous years, the fire department, to my knowledge, had a full-time training officer, strictly training officer. Since then, our call volume has doubled. Training standards have increased, and it's a 0.5 job. As well, the DEM role, I believe it would be appropriate to have a DEM split between the town and the counties, a 0.5, 0.5. In some function like that. I think that's probably where you're going with that, or that kind of idea. And yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with that. I think I can do a great job at either one of them, but you know, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I'm not stretched thin trying to do all of it in a 40-hour work week. It's just not plausible. So no, I wholeheartedly agree with you, Councillor.
Yeah, that's more than fair. I just think, you know, when you're in that position as DEM, you have a lot of people relying on you to provide that leadership and direction. And of course, in the middle of an emergency like we just saw, that is so important because so many people are at a high level of frustration or nervousness. So the DEM is an important piece in that.
For sure.
In that going forward. I'll leave that. I just have a question as far as our agreement between us and the county. All this money that's being spent working on this fire and now out in Cynthia, Lodgepole, the sprinkler systems, the resources that are being expended down there. According to our agreement, is all that a 50-50 split of funding to the fire department, or is there any time where the municipalities are responsible for their own cost?
My interpretation, as far as Cynthia and Lodgepole goes, that's strictly county. And we are recording that as a separate incident, so I'm calling it the Pembina Complex Interface Incident. So that's going to should be exclusively county funded, because that's a county exclusive incident, whereas this one was, the Buck Creek wildfire is multi-jurisdictional.
Okay, I just wanted to
No, it's a fair question.
clarify that. Yeah, that's all I got for now.
Thank you. Tom, go ahead.
When I look at the map that's there, I see 1, 2, 3, 4 thatched areas in red. I'm assuming the Buck Creek is to the far, and then the one that's closest to the river, the crossed, and then we have the corner of the Derricks, and then we have the Rex Gray subdivision, and then a little piece there heading towards Violet Grove. Am I to read that as they are actually fires that are continually burning at the moment?
I'll let Tom speak to that, but yeah.
Sure, yeah, I just wanted to present this map to council so that you're aware. Those are the areas that we've been having trouble with in the last little while. So we have active burning in those areas. The one that's, as you'd mentioned, on 620 between 484 and 485, that is an area that our Alberta Forestry staff have been working on to continue mopping up that area. It's not that it's flame, you don't see flames or things candling it and that type of stuff, but it is actively burning. So we do get flare-ups from time to time in those areas. So we're trying to get all the hot spots in those areas under control. Right, the little piece that's just south of town, that had extensive work done in that area, and just on the weekend it flared up again. So we had to deploy crews back into that area. There are some large ash pits that are in that area that have willow trees that fall into them and then they just flare up. So we were actively engaged over the weekend dealing with the hot spots in that area. Further out east on Highway 22 and Range Road 70, we call that the Buffalo Farm area. That area in particular is primarily all peat moss, and it's all primarily burning underground. We have had crews out there extensively working those ash pits with excavators and manpower to get them under control. Some of those pits in there are 6 to 8 feet deep, which are a concern because they are almost impossible to extinguish. We also have had an area right down by the gun range, which is in tall standing trees. We have in that area what are called widowmaker trees, which means the trees have burnt from halfway up. And so consequently any wind can bring them down. As a result, we've had to bring in an excavator into, sorry, I'm just gonna see if which one do I push? Yeah, please. That's one. Okay, perfect. So yeah, this area in here, we have forestry crews as well as Hellfire crews and an excavator that's going in there and knocking down the tall trees so that It's no longer a hazard for the ground crews that are working in that area. This little fire here, again, this was another one that popped up over the weekend. It was discovered when we were flying with the helicopter on Friday. It is a concern to us because it's right along the perimeter area. So yesterday we did have forestry crews and Hellfire crews in there to mitigate that. Some of the problems there are we don't have a lot of roads in that area, so we are going to have to stretch in hose lines to deal with that efficiently. They were going to work on that today, but with the rain, we've decided to push that off till tomorrow or the next day. So those are the hotspot areas that we are currently working on. Those are the ones that are in the areas that we are focused as high priority for us.
So when we talk about 30 to 35 people on the ground, that's where they're at.
Correct. Yeah.
All right. The other question that I find interesting in discussions is the whole concept of Greenland and Whitelands, and who pays for what. We've had that discussion amongst us in the county, and apparently the Greenland is provincial. So if I'm thinking of Edson, it started in the Greenlands, so it's provincial. Ours is started in the Whitelands, so it's partial, and we will continue to look for funding, but just to qualify that a little bit, Tom, that's
right. So our fire did start in the white zone, and consequently then it's on the municipalities to deal with it. However, because of the size of the fire, especially down by the river area, it went into our provincial park area, and consequently then that becomes forestry's cost in conjunction with the municipalities. So yeah, that's how that works.
just a big thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much again. Thanks for taking the time and going over everything so extensively today and giving us an update. I know we've been over the last few days, I mean, on pins and needles, wondering with the winds and the dry temperatures, whether we'd be leaving the community again. I know that's how I was feeling on over the weekend, and just emotionally and overwhelmed. I can't imagine how you and the crews are feeling. You know, you've been working day and night and exhausted and little lack of sleep, and just, you know, thank you so much. Like, you know, for everything that you and the team and everybody's doing for our community. It's above and beyond. And, you know, whatever we can do to be helping, or, you know, trying to get you that help, you know, let us know. You did talk a little bit about, you know, we do have some local contractors. Is there an appetite to train? I know we talked about it at our last joint meeting with the county council. They're going to be having a bit of a town hall meeting at Buck Creek, just to kind of go over what that looks like. Tom has reached out to Weyerhaeuser, you know, and just to see, is there a program? How do we get, you know, our locals better trained and equipped so they can be helping with some of this relief too? So I don't know if you have anything that maybe to add to that as well.
I did actually have a note here. I was going to speak to that somewhat. The easiest thing we could do is bring in dozer bosses from forestry in the winter and just have free education sessions. To dozer operators, heavy equipment operators, let them understand dangers of the fire line, how to operate equipment, how to construct a dozer guard. It's not difficult. It's you push fuel away from the fire side and you push dirt towards the fire side. It's those little things, right? And the communication, understanding that, you know, if you're our rule for operating is you have to be with the tallest tree, you have to be 2 lengths away from any piece of heavy equipment, because if it swings, hits a tree, hits another tree, that's kind of that range. Dozer operators, that were working very hard but weren't solicited and weren't trained by forestry people, they just aren't aware of that. And I'd be a huge advocate of bringing in some kind of session, even if it's just a information session, a couple hours on a Thursday night, and we have coffee and donuts for area operators, oil field people. If we teach people how to fight fire, we're almost soliciting them to fight fire, and then we wear that liability once they self-deploy. However, for contractors, we can develop memorandums of understanding. Individuals is different. It's kind of a touchy area, but with contractors, in my emergency plan, I've took a resource annex, and luckily about a year ago before this all happened, I went through it all, I updated it, got lots of contact information. One of the gaps I see now, though, is I should have memorandums of understanding. So not just how many pieces of equipment they have, but are they core certified? How many operators can they provide? What kind of, like, they have equipment, but does this D7 CAT actually have a rollover protection system on it? Because we had CATs that didn't. We had one individual that rolled a dozer on the line, and then 24 hours later had a heart attack. So yeah, 100%. I'm an advocate of training the public and utilizing as much as we can, but more focused on contractors and oil field companies to see what they can do versus just the individual,
Yeah.
because then we assume that liability when it's an individual.
Yeah, absolutely. Tom, did you have something to add?
Yeah, no, he just took the words right out of my mouth. That's where I was going with that.
Wonderful. Yeah, no, that's great. And I think you're right, like in the fall, right? Like right now, everybody's busy and there isn't that time. So with this never of imagining that this would have happened to our community, we need to be better prepared for next spring when it comes, right? So over the winter, working on those training pieces, working on the education pieces. We should be continuing those education pieces, but really ramping them up. So, come spring, we're, better prepared for sure. But again, thank you so much. Thanks for taking the time, hang in there and you're doing a fantastic job. So thank you so much.
I appreciate that. I'll pass that along to everyone I see.
Please.
And I just want to add to, the fire personnel have done a tremendous job, but I also want to thank all of our staff again for all the work that they did. They've really stepped up to help us with this, and they all recognize that this is going to be an ongoing process. So different members of our team, our administration team, continually activate to help us deal with different situations. So I want to thank them for their work as well.
Absolutely. Thanks, Tom. Yeah, that's definitely something we need to say thank you to our administration as well. So thanks for doing that. Okay, well, thank you very much for your report. I think what we'll do is we'll break for lunch right now, and then we'll reconvene at are we going to want to jump right back into it or move into closed? We do have a couple other decisions. Okay, so we'll just meet at 1 o'clock then. Okay, we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock then.
Thank you, Council.
Okay, thank you so much. We will reconvene the meeting back at 12:59 and we'll jump back into our decision items. We are at 9.4, which is our Q1 financial report and project update. Ms. Thompson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So we're going to go over the summary for the Q1 financials. I know you're probably thinking it's June, it's almost time for Q2, and you would be correct. The plan had been to bring it early May, but we all know what happened in early May. So this is Q1, and then I will bring Q2 forward in July. And just before I start, there's very little, Q1 is the least expensive quarter, I guess you could say, in terms of spending money. Because a lot of the projects, we're starting to plan them, but we haven't started paying for. So just as we start off. So if we start at the top in the general revenue section, we have them being slightly, well, it's right around where we would think that they would want to be. Then we move on to general administration. Nothing much to note there. Under expenses, you will see council expenses are behind. That is a common trend in Q1. Council tends to do a lot more, starts happening later on in the year. And then general administration, we're right on budget. Moving on to protective services. In revenue, we're a little behind, mostly timing of the revenue that comes in from fire. And then under the expenditures, it's also behind. So the revenue and the expenses for fire are both behind because the summers tend to be more active. Moving on to transportation. We have nothing really to note under revenues, but under expenses, you see road, streets, sidewalks is significantly under budget. That is because the budget is spread evenly throughout the year, but the actuals are very much heavier in the snow time and also in the summer and in the fall, I guess you could say. Utilities, we have we're slightly ahead when it comes to at the right at the bottom. We'll just start there. We're slightly ahead in revenues. Net revenues, our gross revenues are behind, but so are the expenses, because a lot of the times the expenses and the revenue in utilities move together. Community services, so we start with FCSS, of course. Again, I just note that FCSS, a lot of revenues, the expenses and the revenue. So if we get a grant, we spend the grant. So if we get a grant, then we have the correlated expenses. So if you see the budget is 99, we got more. And then you will see that the expenditures are also more than the budget year to date. Everything else in this section, other than ECDC, we have the expenses being more than what we budgeted in terms of wages, but other than that, we don't see too much variances in the community services. That's not just timing related. Planning and development, nothing to note in revenues. In expenses, we have the economic development piece that's behind, and that is because we have multiple operating projects budgeted for the year, and none of those have really been, the expenses for those projects haven't been spent yet. But they have started now in June, but in quarter one at the end of March, they hadn't started yet. And then we move on to parks and recreation. So Omniplex, the revenues were ahead, which is nice to see. The pool and everything else very close to what was budgeted. So the total revenues budgeted for Parks and Rec were 550 and we're at 521. And then the correlated expenditures, so Omniplex expenditures are actually below, so that is trending very nicely at the Omniplex. And then the pool, we are over, and I think council's probably aware, but we were changing the service hours for a period of time to open it up for more hours and new facility. And so that correlated in an increased wages budget. And then the library, that is just a timing of when we pay our quarterly library bills. We're not actually $80,000 over budget. And the contingency, of course, we haven't spent very much out of the contingency, which is good. And that brings us to our total summary. The budget year to date is 2.8 million and the actuals is just over 2 million, meaning that there's a net year to date surplus of 780,000. Now, I just want to tell council again that we are always monitoring our budget very carefully, but this is largely due to projects that just haven't started yet. If you have any questions on that, I will answer those before we go on to the capital summary.
Sure. Any questions on that? Councillor Evans, did you have a question?
Education?
Yes.
What are we referring to there? I mean, what's?
Education in terms of.
Planning and development, we have education there.
Yes. So that's our zero fee program.
Our therapy program.
Zero fee.
Zero fee, okay.
Sorry, I
thought, no, it's fine.
enunciate better.
My hearing's not
Yeah,
what it should be.
so we
Thank
have,
you.
under the revenues, we have a grant that came in, and then under the education piece, we have some expenses to try to get programs here, and then also some zero fee expenses as well for programs that are running. Yes.
So maybe just on that, Elvira, for the education. So for, just trying to think, for revenues, our actual revenues, does this include like money that came in? Like I'm thinking of the Metalnex money. Where's the Metalnex money?
So anything that has already come in is in a reserve. So
Oh,
it's
so it's in-
recognized when, so for example, if Metalnex's agreement states that it's a 3-year payment, so
Yeah.
we recognize it on that basis. So it just hasn't been recognized, this year's portion hasn't been recognized yet.
So let's say we have the Rotary and we have Metal Necks and things like that, that's for tuition. Where that money is,
It's going, so it goes into the budget, like it goes into our actuals for the year, and at the end of the year, if we haven't spent it, it goes to the education reserve. Because
okay,
it's supposed
so
to be
is it
spent on
included in
education.
this or no?
No.
then? It's not?
No.
But it's there.
Yes,
Okay, so if
Yes.
all of a sudden, that would be additional,
yes,
right, to what the town put in? So if all of a sudden we
Correct.
got an influx of students, then, okay,
yes, absolutely correct.
okay.
I apologize, I don't know exactly what the balance is in it right now, but I want to say it's around 200,000. But I can get that number for you in the reserve.
Yeah, if you could, and then give us a breakdown of what we put in, what Rotary was, and
Yeah.
then Metal Necks, and then I guess there'll be Pembina as well, and
Yeah,
those, right?
Right,
Okay,
that-
any other questions on this portion of things? Counselor McGee?
Keep writing.
thank you.
Just an overall picture of our budget, how would you describe it? Given the fact that you've gone from the CFO's position to
Yeah,
like, and got a great team, I understand that.
Yeah.
How would you describe the budget?
like where we're trending on, how we're managing the budget.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
sense of here we are.
Yep.
And we're good to go and
Yeah.
don't worry yourself about the stuff.
For sure, for sure. So for quarter one, I'm very satisfied. It's exactly where I would expect from other years, how, a slow start to the year. Things always look really, really good in quarter one in terms of spending. But as expected. For quarter two, I am scheduling it into my next couple of weeks to analyze further, like into June, so that I can get a better understanding. Because my time is split now, so I have to just make sure that that does not make it to the back burner because it's really, really important. So that is on my calendar for before the end of the month to get a better understanding. Right now, there's nothing that concerns me, but I do typically spend a fair amount of time analyzing trends and spending within our current budget and past budgets throughout the year so that I can help management, and I just don't want that piece to fall through. But yeah, so we are managing.
And when we met with the county, it seemed to me that Colin was being tagged as the guy that's looking after the whole
Finance,
thing.
correct.
Is he obviously has a staff that he has a good team as well, so he can focus on that. Does that allow you to just monitor it?
Yes. Yeah, so the reason why he became, so we both did our training, and I can't speak to how extensively they trained, but I can speak to how we trained in terms of emergency response. And my training was in the capacity of a finance section chief. But when we got into that, their incident had already started, and he was already the finance section chief when the incident started. And then on top of that, being the acting CAO, it just made sense for him to keep that role. And so my capacity is just checking in to see how things are going and seeing if he needs any resources from us in terms of staff. And so far, he's okay. But yes, I am checking in periodically to make sure that we're not just dropping everything on him and running.
Right, so we do need to understand it because
For sure.
I think one of the things that happened, there was an interesting comment that was made from the Reeve, said, of course, we're all 50-50, right? That was at the beginning of the meeting, and I thought, I don't know,
Yeah.
we didn't respond.
Yeah, and I would say, I think it's a pretty fair guess that it would be, if we went through and looked at everything, it would be pretty close. I say that because of the sprinkler system. And the sprinkler system was a significant amount of the cost of the incident. So you have more square footage or hectares in the county and more days on the event and all that kind of stuff. But then when it came time to actually protecting the town borders, that was a significant cost. And so we've had, I know that their council has also discussed like just that portion. But then if we go in and divide everything else up, I believe it would be really, really close to 50-50. It's impossible to say exactly just because of it's a unified command and we just ordered resources and we don't know what hour they were here and there. but I'd venture to say that it would be pretty close to 50-50 if we were to go in and look. But I will reviewing overall to see if anything sticks out. But I would not have the ability to say for sure time-wise where things were spent, right? But yeah, I think that it's pretty, he was speaking in terms of our fire department being a 50-50 split. So that's just how,
Okay.
and we had had discussions of, because we were unified command and we were in both municipalities, that it would be 50-50. But I think the comment came because they've had conversations about specifically the sprinklers. So he made that comment saying like, hey, sure, that sprinkler might have cost more, but there's other places where the county stuff would have cost more. So in general, it'd be a 50-50 split, but yeah.
Well, and if we set up a perimeter in Cynthia with sprinklers and 400 barrel tanks,
Separate event, separate incident. Yeah.
this is one incident.
Yeah. So the RCU 005, Buck Creek Wildfire, that's the event name. That's being tracked as one project essentially. That Pembina Complex fire is a separate incident.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Yep, sure, go ahead, Rick.
But being a 50-50 split, and again, I haven't seen our agreement or whatever, so would we be paying 50% of the cost of the firefighters out there in Cynthia?
Yeah, and their time is supposed to be tracked. So certainly the overtime would not get paid out of our fire department, but that's the only piece that I'm going to get clarity on. I don't think so. I would imagine that we would leave that to them, but because we pay the payroll and we are a 50-50, that's the piece that I need to clarify. But I think I would be pretty comfortable arguing that they pay that.
Can we, is there any way we can have a look at that in the agreement?
Yep.
Yeah.
If it's even in there, is that something that's specific in there? That's a good question, but I will definitely.
Yeah, I'd be interested in having a quick peek at it. Because again, we talked about it, and I think moving forward, there's the chances of us having a major costly fire personally within the town and the chances of additional fire or more out in the county are much greater. So I think
Certainly.
it's worth looking at.
Certainly,
Thank you.
and additionally to that is Joey kind of hinted at it, well, he said it, that the fire department's tired. And so we'll talk a bit more later on in close. I have some things to bring up too, but just managing that piece and making sure, like, I know everyone like that works in fire response. So my brother-in-law works for Hellfire and to Rocky Mountain House. And I think he said 1 day off in 6 weeks. And so I don't know how a private company like that manages staff, but all that to say is I think all people that work in response in Alberta are tired right now. And so, however little it might seem, we need to make sure that we're looking after our people. So that's something that I'm wanting to sit down with both Kent and Tom and Joey and talk specifically. I know we do make people like Deputy Fire Chief Murray Gallivan. I know we made him, we do manage it and make people take time off, but at what point do we let people just go on like Tom and like Joey?
Yeah.
How long? Yeah, it is. Yeah. So. Yeah. And at some point they become a liability. I'm not saying that they are at this point, but tired people, yeah. So absolutely. All right, let's move on. If there's, sorry.
Camila's got a question.
Yeah, sorry, just more of a generic question regarding how we are trending. I think you touched on it. I see the actuals for that total budget for 2020, 2021, 2022. But when I see for example, community services, planning and development, all that, the revenues versus expenses trending, seems to be trending higher on expenses. Is that normal for this time of the year or?
So you're looking at, sorry, can you,
So community services, planning and development and all that, so.
okay, so community services,
Budgeted, sorry, actual revenues versus actual expenses.
yeah.
So the trending, as you can see, FCSS, for example, 109 revenues, 189 expenses, and the same for community services.
Yeah.
So is that normal to trend higher,
Yeah, especially in community services, you will see trends be more unpredictable because of the way programs that are grant funded work. So those will be more unpredictable. And so if you look at actuals 2022, net is 789. And then for community services. And then the budget is 477. And then the budget year to date being March 31st is 119, right? Quarter of that approximately. So we're definitely trending ahead in the expenditures. But we also, the timing of grant funds coming in and expenses going out, they're not always hand in hand. So if we have guaranteed grant funds, for example, then we move on programs that they come later, the grants, or vice versa, where we get the grant and then we spend them. So there's nothing here that's concerning. It's all within the normal, yes.
Sounds good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, perfect. We'll move along.
Now I've put my capital, oh, right there it is. Okay, so in this capital budget summary, so you see there's a big list of projects that we're working on. And I'm not going to go through every single project. In June, it will make more sense because we've spent and we've made a lot more progress. But we've started on the common services mobile equipment. So we've bought the snow blower out and we bought the forks. And for the servers, we started buying and installing servers. For the CPO vehicle, we purchased that under, like, it only ended up costing $12,500, which was amazing. And then the 50th Ave East improvements, we started on, those are just the consulting fees to get the project up and running and to get the RFP out. We've spent more to date, but as of March 31st, that's where we were at. The new aquatic facility, of course, there's some wrap-up costs, just final costs in terms of wrapping the project up. And then now we are looking at the landscaping. So we are really, really, really close to making that final payment on the pool, which is very, very exciting. Just a couple of things to work out with Chandos, and then when the landscaping is done, I believe we should be able to finish that up. For the new cell, those are just as well to Tetra Tech those fees in planning the project and getting the RFPs out. The Murrah Pond expansion, as we've talked about before, we'll have to look at it next year because the budget and the initial plan for the pond expansion is not sufficient. It's not going to do with the volume with the new school. So we have done some studies, which is what we spent money on, but or get some assessments, but we'll have to bring it back at budget time to talk about what actually needs to happen, and then doing a partnership with Wildrose School Division. We did have some guaranteed funds from them, but that was based on the $80,000 project, which now will become a larger project. I'll let Shelley and Abid speak more to that when the time comes. We bought the command truck, which is very exciting. So the remaining funds is to put all the attachments and such on. So the truck is purchased, and I believe, Tom is not here, I believe all the, it was in the shop to get all the final touches on, and I believe that's very close to being done. And that's pretty much it. The water distribution line, just minor costs in terms of engineering and consulting, but not very much. So as of March 31st, we had spent $239,486 on capital projects. So that's not very much. But again, we're just starting to plan projects. We're just starting ordering things. We just start all that. And so because we can't move on capital projects until the new year. So if you approve a budget for 2023, we can start buying in 2022. Not that it gives us a lot of weeks anyway, because you approved it on December 7th. So it wouldn't give us a lot of time in 2022. But per the MGA, we have to spend the money the year that it's approved. And so the first quarter, this is typically what we see, slow start. But as of June 13th, I believe, yesterday I pulled this report, we have spent 1.4 million. So we are making progress on projects. Not to say that we're not behind on some projects. Next week, our next council meeting, I'm planning on bringing our whole corporate business plan forward and all the projects to speak of timing in more detail. But I think we are moving ahead. We have lots of RFPs that have been issued, some that have been awarded, and we're making good progress on projects. But certainly we lost 2 weeks, and it's amazing as an organization how 2 weeks of everyone being out of the office, what that can do. But I think that being said, I think we are doing really well on moving forward. So I will answer any capital questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Any questions on the capital projects? Councillor Evans.
Park Valley Pool repurpose. So has there been I'm not sure if we've, as a council, decided what we want to do with that thing. If we want to go forward looking at it as a place for a new library, or whether there's other ideas, but I would like to see us get an RFP out there sooner rather than later. If we've decided that we want to look at that as a pool, we can just ask for proposals from companies and get a look at what ideas they might have without spending a ton of money. But there's no use in doing it unless we've decided that that's what we want to consider it for. Would it be worthwhile to bring RFD to next council to make that decision, or does council just want to sit on it for a while?
I think you're right. I think we have to definitely move forward. I thought we were waiting. Are we still waiting on an assessment, or we got the assessment and we can now move to the next stage, or?
So we did a small assessment to say it's worth hanging on to, and now this assessment is going deeper? So is that 150,000 for the assessment? So when are we going to do that assessment? Okay, thank you.
So just to follow up, we haven't received that report back, Hans? Okay. Okay. Councillor Gamana?
Yeah, sorry. Same thing, just for my understanding. So we've done a preliminary one and we're waiting for the deeper one. But to put the RFD out, I guess we need to discuss the purpose of that building, right?
What we heard, part, they sit down, chin.
Okay. Yeah, personally, I would like a welcome center there, but we can have that conversation anytime, it seems now, right? Okay, so I guess it's up to us to plan or schedule a conversation, I guess.
Yeah, that sounds really good.
So I think what we'll do is then, like Han said, it'll be coming to the next meeting or the meeting after, and then we'll proceed forward with what those next steps are. Yeah, I think that's important. Another one to get going, right? It's definitely been on here, so that'd be nice. Any other questions about capital projects? Okay, well, thank you very much, Elvira, for that.
Thank you.
And that wraps up our decision items that are besides 9.7, which is in the closed. So I think what I'll do is I'll jump to department. Oh,
Could we just accept this report?
oh, I'm sorry. Sure, we could.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor McGee, for making that motion to accept this report as information. Is there any comment, question, or debate on that? None. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. And then we'll move right into 10.1, which is our Municipal Services Department report. Good afternoon, Mr. Malik.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of the council. So after the evacuation, we are back and now we are working at full swing. Parks fully completed our first mowing of the season and working on the second beat and round. Flower baskets are up and being watered diligently. Flower beds are being planted and weeded. Rototilling of playgrounds and volleyball courts is complete and ongoing as needed. Parks are busy with other usual activities. Trees are being watered from last year's planting. Public Works. Sweeping at the time of writing this report, we said that sweeping will be done by June 14, which is today, but it appears that 3 more days are left. So it will be complete once we, during the rain, they don't do it, and one of our sweeper was down. A couple of our guys are on holidays. And then there are cremations coming up. So we have to juggle our resources. And that's why, this will be done next week, early next week. Dust control applications have been completed. Grading of back alleys and gravel roads is ongoing. This year, there is a lot of requests from the residents for the locates. It looks like people are building something and 40 to 50 locates are to be done every week. So our folks are really wondering what's going on. So mowing with the big mowers have been done. Cremations and burials are ongoing. Pothole repairs are ongoing. Dibby Park cleanup may start on June 16. This may be little pushed to the next week. This morning it was asked by Councillor McGee. So it is on our list and it will be done. This golf course will be starting in the week of June 12th, which is this, but it is also going to be pushed to next week. This golf course is the second half of the new one, extension. Crack sealing by federal, they said that they have ordered the material. It is expected this week, and pretty soon it will start, and then the line painting will start. With regards to utilities, water treatment plant and raw water pump, semi-annual sampling will be commencing soon. Alberta Environment would like us to schedule this around the next rain event. This will give us the opportunity to see any possible shifts in the water quality due to any residual material from the wildfire event washing into the North Saskatchewan River. So that is something Alberta Environment would like to see. Alberta Environment meeting on May 31st went very well. They mentioned to watch for fire resilience grant that the province may issue to help with any deficiencies that negatively impacted operations and was a risk to operations. So we were thinking if this grant comes, maybe we should ask for, for a generator, or we can ask for funding for the distribution project, because that will help with the redundancies. So water main valve exercising program has commenced and will be ongoing throughout the summer. We have awarded the contract for this, and soon that work will start. Regular maintenance throughout the water plant and reservoir is ongoing, and membrane inspection and all the routine stuff is ongoing. Wastewater treatment plan, acute lethality sample sent out on June 8th. The previous sample was passed, but then again, I heard that this week it failed, but it's up and down. So it'll keep on going. Warranty work will be performed by, it has started, Nexom has started, and they will be doing repairs wherever needed. We had two presentations done by the vendors, Veolia and Nexom. We were convinced that Nexom technology can work and it is cheaper. So we have given go ahead to proceed with the piloting. So consultant will be drafting a piloting contract, and they will bring a container. They will set up a container over there at the lagoons, and then it will be done over the year. Water Environment will be provided a report. Once that is done and we see that their technology works, then we will start the big project. Staff are working hard on catching up with work that fell behind during the wildfire. Maintenance on our wastewater system is ongoing. Meeting was held with the arborist to look at shelter belt. So this is something which is ongoing, and we have to honor our agreement with the landowner. Landfill operation is ongoing, and we had enough dirt, clean fill coming from the county. So we are good for now. GFL has yet to come back with their promise. It looks like either their material is not meeting the required parameters, or there is something. But we are good for now. Still, there are few loads to come from county, and we stop them. That we will keep on. And soon, our kickoff meeting will be starting with Paterni's Cell 4E construction. So it will be towards the end of June. They have bid 50 days to complete the project. So we are confident that it will be done this year. We have also done the drone survey for this cell 4 existing cell to find out how much capacity is remaining. So we did last year, we did this year, and then they will recalculate how much airspace is remaining, and with this 4E, how many years will be left. We will have that report. And then day to day, Sunny is busy with the cleanliness and everything. Sunny prepared the annual 2022 report for Aspen Waste Management Facility that is to be submitted to Alberta Environment. Sunny is also busy with lots of requests are coming from ATCO because there are projects going on, and Fortis and ATCO, and he's reviewing those. 56th Avenue, Parkway has completed that project. Trails upgrade project, we received 4 bids. We are in the process of finalizing to award the project. Apparently, this will go to Parkway because of the lowest price, and we are checking with their methodology and how they will do it, and then soon it will be awarded. Sidewalk project is going to be started soon. 50th project, we have already talked, and we are still awaiting St. Anthony's Church meeting. So we'll go from there. Otherwise, it's all good. Thank you very much, Council, for awarding this contract to Water for 50th Avenue. This was on the books for very few years, and now it will get started and completed. And with that, my report is complete, and if you have any questions.
Thank you very much for that. Any questions this morning for a bit? Yes, Councillor Evans, go ahead.
Let me see, a pretty good point was built up or brought up in our joint, council session there. Are we having any issues with the river being so low, these days with our raw water, intake?
Right now, I didn't hear any concern. We are good.
Okay, I know we've had issues in the past, and I think that's mostly been from moving material within the river, blocking it off. Anyway, I think it would be worthwhile, maybe having that discussion with Shelley.
Yeah.
And see if there's any issues that she's running up against with the river being so low. And also just considering that raw water intake as a project if this grant comes through, if it is an issue. Again, I know we've had issues before, but I'm not sure how related they are to the river being low. And it just makes sense that if the river's low, we're having a dry season, we're probably going to have more fires. So we may be able to make the argument that improving that raw water intake and armoring it or having it guaranteed to be usable in a low flow situation, it may qualify for that. And that'd be a pretty good, pretty big chunk of change to address those issues we've had in the past.
Resilience grant, you mean? Yeah, good idea.
Councillor Kamala?
Thank you. About the 50th Avenue project, a bit.
Yeah.
How's the community engagement going on that? And, there were some concerns about the sites and all of that. Do you had any conversation with the church or any other group that had concerns?
Yep. So we had a feedback from Church of God, which we said that yes, we can meet their requirement. We can amend the drawing as per their desire. So that's one. The second church was St. Anthony's, and Councillor McGee is leading that coordination. And once that meeting is set up, then we will meet and explain to them what we are doing, and we'll get their feedback and get back to the consultant and change. Both of these churches, whatever we are doing, it will be done next year, so we have a lot of time for that.
Okay.
But in regards to, we published the project on our website. I don't believe we've had any, aside from a couple concerns about the churches, I don't think we've had any negative community feedback. So, which is really great.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
even those were just adjustment, not.
And those were on our list. We were going to individually talk to both of those regardless if they brought the concerns forward. So yeah, we'll definitely be meeting with St. Anthony's still, and we're working with those two churches. Yeah.
And sounds good. And we will
Yeah.
be doing more community engagements, right?
Yeah.
We have time, so we'll.
For
be
sure.
doing that. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ballas?
Thank you. I have a few things. So, number one, garbage cans.
Garbage cans.
Garbage cans, and the people picking up, they destroyed mine. I called in. I was supposed to have a replacement last week. I still haven't got it. But that's not my big concern. My concern is because of their carelessness, why should we absorb the price? We're not.
For damages, they replace.
They
For lost or stolen, we
Stolen?
replace. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. But maybe if you're talking to somebody, maybe they can replace my garbage can.
It will be free if they damaged it.
Secondly, we have dirt down at the CETC. That needs to be removed. So why are we not looking at using that for the landfill?
It costs to move the dirt.
Well, we're getting it from the county now.
What's that? No, that's free. So that is their, what's happening over there. They have cleared their lagoon. That is the lagoon sludge. And that has been tested to be used as a cover.
So there's no trucking costs?
No, they are providing, only thing is we are not charging them to bring this thing. Because this is helping us.
So they're disposing of theirs and we are accepting it free of charge so that we can use it on our cover. So
Okay.
it's a bit of a win-win situation.
Okay,
Yeah.
absolutely, and I appreciate that. And if that should change, I would consider looking at that dirt that we have at the CETC and whether it's going to be practical, because it's going to cost us one way or another to have it removed. And right now, it's an eyesore there.
Yeah, I mean, if push comes to shove, we will use that, but the trucking will cost us. And what we can do is during low busy season, we can use our truck and our loader, and then use that and then pile it up. Right now we are good. The other thing is the soon project cell 4E is going to start, and there will be some excavated material to be used, so we can utilize that.
I believe we budgeted $100,000 for, to improve that land. I don't think we spent any money on it.
To improve CTC?
Yes.
We had a project in the budget to develop a package to resell lands. And that was 100,000, but that was dropped to 25,000 during budget. We're going to talk about it a bit more in closed. There's nothing specific to the CET. Oh, you're talking like when the building was initially built?
No.
Oh, yeah, there's nothing specific to the CETC, but I remember us talking about this dirt before, and I remember there being a reason we weren't using it at the time. So allow me to go back and look at why that is. And then we
I
can,
think Rick remembers.
yeah.
Let's ask Rick.
At least I recall that fill had been analyzed. And it's good fill, good structural fill. They were using it, I think when they were doing the lagoon project, they were using it for the bank. But it has been looked at and it is very good fill. So I'm hesitant to support just using it for landfill cover. Because if that whole area gets developed, that fill could be used for like a roadway coming in, an elevated roadway, et cetera. And it would be a lot cheaper hauling it from on site than to have to then find some and bring it back on site. I understand what you're saying, Bill, that it is a bit of an eyesore. For me, I'd rather just kind of landscape the piles a little bit and get it looking a little better than actually moving the whole thing. Because I think we may regret it in the future if that's required for development in that area.
Yeah, if there's other options for it, that's fine. But, you know, we keep talking about that area and we do absolutely nothing, and the weeds just continue to grow, and it looks like we are negligent and we want to market it. We're not doing our part, in my opinion. Street sweeping. I'm baffled sometimes to their schedule. I'm sure they wait until all the cars are parked and then they decide to go street sweeping. And so they're going in and out, in and out, in and out.
So
why?
So right now, the way we are doing it, they on Monday night, they put the signs up where they are going. And then even if people don't move their cars, then they will have to do. That's why it is going like that, but we are advertising on our Facebook and our social media that the day when we are doing that, that is advertised and also the signs are up also on the street.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but I'm specifically Main Street and by the hospital, those streets are empty during early hours of the morning. Perhaps they could get up in the early hours of the morning and do them instead of having it look haphazardly done.
Yeah. In that case, we have to give them a little bit of overtime, and if council is okay, but when last CEO was there, we were reminded that to be careful with the overtime, go slow, plan things accordingly. But I agree. I mean, if we should be allowed a little bit of overtime for our staff so that they can come early, or some staff can come on Sunday night to put the signs up so that they can utilize Monday. So we can adjust that. It's up to.
My only caution would be to realize where, so the industrial areas and downtown and by the hospital, that might be the case, but the opposite will be true for residential areas. So just manage, internally, we need to manage that so that, yeah.
That's what we're paying people for.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll look at that with the team and we can see what kind of plan we can create.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Can you not, and I'm not sure what the union agreement looks like, but can you not just shuffle their 8-hour shift a little bit? Like, can you not start them at 6 in the morning or something and work till whatever that is, 3 or something, without the need for overtime, just shuffling their.
Yeah, we can do split shifts, I guess we call it, where half the people come in earlier and half come in so that we make a longer day. Only thing is how many people are street sweeping compared to another project. So that's the piece that we need to manage too, is that sweeping happens. We have other call outs that happen that we have to manage, but yes, there is something we were doing last year in terms of split shifts. So an earlier shift and a later shift. So not one person working 12 hours.
Yeah, and that's all I was getting
Yeah.
at,
Yeah.
whether you can shuffle them
We have
around a
looked
bit to
into
get them out there
all
early.
these aspects.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
Okay, Counselor McGee?
Just to follow up on the street sweeping, I recall a couple of years ago, we brought in about 7 street sweepers, contracted it out, and forgotten what the cost was, didn't really matter, but we were done in a week. And now we're hitting the middle of June, and we're not done. So we want to just sort of, granted we had a machine down, granted that we had a fire evacuation and all of those things.
Yeah.
People need to be patient, but it's good that we're on it and we're going to get it done. Trees are being watered from last year's planting. And then I looked at the aquatic center and I think it looks great. And then I go down a little bit further and we're dealing with the landowner and our water treatment plant. And I think the reasons is because we didn't water. So don't forget to water. You got lots of new trees, but you can't forget to water. So that's just a point that I would like to raise. Disc golf course, do we play a role in that? Do we have staff working on that?
Yes, we will allocate some staff to take some bush down and clear the areas and what else. Yeah, right.
And are we going to do the mulching? Is that our cost? So we have a cost to put the disc park in?
Yes, but it is my understanding we are not spending a whole lot of money out there, only our manpower and some machinery to, clear some areas and mowers and tractors and.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah, well, I was curious. I know that we want to get it done and I think we can help, but
yeah,
we just need to know that we'll have staff on site or close by.
Okay, thank you for that question. And I only know about it, of course, because it was a joint venture basically between Community Services as a setup as a project with the Parks and the Public Works crew. So the mulching that has been done is all part of the capital project that was approved by council. So that's been sourced out to companies. Same as that certain materials that we utilize. So let's say equipment will come from that funding as well for this project. There is work that's going to be done by our crews, basically the Public Works crews and Parks crews. That is part of what we already slated in when we set up the project. So there is town staff, let's say, on this project as well, in between the work that they can, let's say, prioritize.
And I talked to Weyerhaeuser, and they might have been keen on some sort of funding for it as well. But they were going to talk to Curtis.
Yeah, so we work with Curtis, who is, let's say, one of the prominent disc golf players, and help with the, let's say, the design and how this park looks like. So when we have additional funding, for instance, from Weyerhaeuser, we're looking into that as well. So it funnels through him because we have, of course, to do with purchasing of the buckets, the baskets, the signage and stuff like that. So there's that, let's say, additional funding or contribution plays a role into that as well.
Okay, good.
Okay, Councillor Ballas.
Thank you. One other concern that I have, and that's the Omniplex parking lot. Somehow I think we got to put some barriers in there because there's too many entrances, there's too many exits. So minor hockey is going to be starting here in the fall, and the Thunder again. And with the pool down there, and the school, there's just that much more traffic. So somehow we got to limit how people can come in, because you got vehicles just crisscrossing there going through all the different exits. So somehow I think we got to close some of those exits and entrances and just have one or two that people have to use to get in and out.
So, Councillor Ballas, if you remember, I presented a plan few weeks, some months now, but then council didn't like that, and that was one of the reason to put the barriers, limit the entry into and exit from the parking lot, have make it like a circle, and put a stop sign from 45 Avenue, I think, from the, but anyways, we, our Cody, fire department, CPO, he was working on some plans before this evacuation, and we discussed a couple of options, and then he was going to come to the council to present it. So I'll check with Cody whether he has finalized any plan or not. Otherwise, we can put some barriers and do a stopgap arrangement.
If I'm understanding your concerns, Councillor Ballas, it's also within the parking lot, correct? Putting it so that people aren't able to, because it's a lot of square footage you can do stuff on, so it's sort of two separate issues that perhaps can be, yeah. So there's two separate issues. One being the way the parking lot is just a wide open space, because, you know, we've all been there where, you know, shortcut across, and if there's not one or two vehicles, it's perhaps fine, but when you get more traffic. And then the second being the entrance points, those two entrance points. So we'll go back to Cody to see what exactly he's working on, and it'll get on to our list to speak about that for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, I just have a quick couple questions that I'm just going to ask quickly first. How many summer students do we have?
Total will be 21, but I think some were going to start in late June. So now 21 minus 5 is how much? 16?
16, so they haven't started yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 5 of them have not started yet.
Okay. How many additional flowers did we add to our beautification budget there? And where are they at?
Additional flowers?
Additional from last year.
I'm not sure about additional ones, but
Yeah, because that was part of our beautification plan was the additional flowers. I was just wondering where they all were.
additional, I can check.
Additional.
Yeah. What I understand, the flowers which were ordered, they are in and they have been put on.
Okay, maybe if we can just maybe for next time where all the additional ones are. And then lastly, just again, the request, the picnic tables, have they gone out? The picnic tables, they've been placed out?
Not yet, but they are in the process of being put out.
Okay, and then that one again by the hospital?
Yeah, that
is
is
to be
included.
Okay, and when are you expecting that those picnic tables will go out?
As soon as our guys have caught up with the mowing and other stuff, then they will go and put it.
Okay, perfect. Okay, Councillor Gamana.
Thank you. I'm not sure if you question for you or Peter, but at the RCMP debrief, you talked about the importance of cameras. I'm not sure where are we at with our own cameras.
That is Tom.
Okay, I'll wait for that then. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your report.
Well, thank you very much.
We'll move on to Community and Recreation Services Department.
Thank you, Mayor, and through the chair to the rest of council. So some highlights on the department report for the Community and Recreation Services Department. So first of all, in the ECDC, remember you're invited to come to the 22nd of June family barbecue. That was the event based on Father's Day that we had to skip over, and we're doing a bigger event with all the kids and the staff at the Nordic Ski Trails. So you're invited over there to come eat or flip burgers. Then we still are very pleased that we have additional funding for our, let's say, the community members, the parents, but also our center, our workers, based on the relief that we requested through our province to support in the fire efforts and the interruption that we had over there. So it's great that we see that coming towards our center, and that's basically related now to other locations in the province as well, because they realize how important that is. Canada Day planning for July 1st is underway, and you see again, of course, that we are doing that in the Omniplex, and looking forward to, let's say, expand that event over there, because we are doing that on a regular basis now inside to host it in there. The fireworks is depending, of course, on the weather, and we will see the opportunity to, just a couple of days beforehand, even work with our contractor to confirm that we can have or cannot have fireworks on July 1st. The Omniplex itself, the rodeo was there, so the 2 days that they held the rodeo was about 75% filled in the stands. So that's an event that had to be postponed and differently, but still people came out because they are very, let's say, true to their nature of loving the rodeo. The next item over there that I have are event that we saw happening with all the spectators looking at that, the kids and the participants in the grapple that was put on by SBG. That saw about 400 participants, as you can see. I think it's a typo that we had the grad from HTA already in there. That wasn't success. That's coming up on the 24th. So just making sure.
Had it.
Oh, sorry. The grad happened already, of course. Yes. The Ricochet Oil Corp Aquatic Center. The nationals happened in Ontario, and that's why I grabbed my phone already, what you normally don't do. But I want to read out a text from our head coach related to the event and the outcome that we had over there. So basically we had an amazing time. We placed 4th out of 14 teams in Canada with 13 participating teams. 4 members of our team were named as athletes to the national team for Commonwealth Games, being held in Windsor this coming September. Many successes were had this weekend. We had multiple athletes come home. over there, we had multiple athletes come home with top 3 placings. Those that didn't medal were in the top 20 in Canada. There were in total 175 athletes participating. So it's great to see that not only local, but of course, provincial and also even in national level, that our kids in JLC and Junior Lifeguard Club are participating at such a great level and have fun doing that, of course. The 24th of June, which is a very busy Saturday, we all know that, the planning for our grand opening of the pool. You can see it in here, but the information that goes out will start with basically inviting our dignitaries and people that are coming out around 10 o'clock to come to the pool, because we'll start off with a smudging ceremony with our elders taking place somewhere around 10:15 a.m. in the morning till 10:30. Then at 10:30, we'll do speeches, of course, accolades and thanking and making sure that everybody can say their word, but we also can put them on a platform where they belong. For instance, and we saw that together already today, our fundraising committee. And then at 11 o'clock, our residents are all invited for a free swim again in our pool facility that we call the grand opening. So festivities will be outside as well at that moment, as well as activities happening inside our pool. The splash park itself, it opened up on June 9th, so that's basically just before the weekend. And of course, operationally, we'll take every hiccup that comes afterwards, but we are happy at least that we had the start, which was of course delayed, all kinds of circumstances, but Alberta Health Service gave us the good thumbs up for at least the water quality, and we're happy to have it open for our warm days outside. All other items you can see over there, or you might have questions, of course.
Thank you very much for your report. Any questions this afternoon for Hans? Councillor Kamana?
I guess I can redirect my question to you about the cameras. Was it for you or?
No, that's for Tom.
No.
Tom?
Any questions? No. Well, thank you very much for your report. Lots happening in the community. And the Frank Maddock High School is on the 24th. So we do, or grad? That didn't make sense. Yeah, the grad is on the 24th. No, that was just HTA. We had the parade. I don't think they have a parade, do they? Have they requested a parade, the other high school, Frank Maddock, or outreach? No, it was just HTA that did. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much for that. And then we'll move on to our last department report, which is communications. Ms. Stone.
Good afternoon, Council.
Good afternoon.
So I'll start with our 70th anniversary event. There's been a lot going on. We're continuing to promote the event. That's including our ticket sales, stuff that we have going out on social media multiple times a week, also include what the menu options are going to be, who the entertainment is. And we've also made a big effort to push what local vendors we're utilizing for the event. So I believe the one that went out either last night or this morning highlighted Cobblestone. They are serving hors d'oeuvres at the start of the cocktail hour at the Black Gold Gala. And we're continuing to push that out on in the newspaper and in the radio. We have, once we got back from the fire, we sent reminder emails out to everybody that was on our contact list just to keep it top of mind for everybody. And our film crew was back in town June 5th and 6th. We conducted interviews with Mayor Dodds, a representative from Seasons Retirement Community, a healthcare aid student, and a representative from Pembina Pipeline. We also filmed various community scenes, including downtown, the coffee shop, the skateboard park, and we were also at the rodeo that evening to kind of capture that community feel. And we had a number of our staff that participated in those as well, which is really good. And we are also promoting our zero fee tuition. The webpage is live. If anybody has a chance to look at it, it's a lot more visually appealing. It just looks so much more inviting and compelling and more exciting. It's easier to navigate. So I'm really proud of the work that our consultants have done to pull that together. It's speech season for council. We did, done speeches for the seniors tea, the ALS walk. We prepared some stuff for the media event that we're having on the 23rd, as well as the gala. Also some zero fee tuition speeches, and of course the mayor's speech for the grand opening of the pool. Some other things that have just come up recently in the last day or so. We wanted to invite the evacuees from Edson and Yellowhead County to the Ricochet Oil Corp Aquatic Center for a free swim. So we've put some information together, and that's just gone out to the public. It's also been sent out to Yellowhead County and Edson directly. So hoping they can share it with their residents as well. We've shared it on our page, and hoping that people can share it from there, just to kind of expand our reach. And we've also put out some information about the Red Cross and the supports that they are providing for non-for-profits. In regards to the fire, we have, the last few weeks, we've prepared some information about fire smarting your house and your property. And we've pulled a lot of information from Fire Smart Canada. They had a bunch of really good information, and we're kind of pulling on different little tidbits that we're going to run over the next 10 weeks. The first one that we put out had a link to an app that Fire Smart Canada has that has like a self-assessment on there, so you can have a look at it, see what maybe improvements you may want to make to your own property. And then just every week after that, just different tips on what you can do to your home and your property to be a little bit safer. And the communications person at the county is the current information officer on the incident. So we're just ensuring that we're sharing any pertinent information as it applies to both the Pembina complex and the Buck Creek wildfire as well. The corporate business plan, as you know, the engagement portal is live, so that's just ongoing. Alvera and I are going to have some work ahead of us with the budget tool. We got to get on that and get our Google Documents sorted out. The recreation pages, that we were hoping to have that live a couple of weeks ago. The fire put us back several weeks on that, so we're hoping to have that live by the end of the month. And it's kind of like the zero fee page. It's just going to be a lot easier to see all the information and a lot more exciting. So I'm really happy about that work that's being done by our people as well. On the community services side, we have been putting out information on the triathlon, the route that they were using, any road closures, same with the HTA graduation parade route, the splash park opening, and we're working with the team on the grand opening of the pool that's coming up on the 24th. So we're making arrangements for the ribbon cutting, including the mayor's speech, the event itinerary. The media will be there, and we're looking to arrange an MC for the event. And we are sending out invitation to our federal and provincial and local dignitaries to attend as well, because we did have funding come in from all levels. And I met with Lola and the members of the new Youth Advisory Committee last week. We discussed the launch of the social media channel that they want to have, what kind of content that they were going to have on there. And they talked about a survey that they had put out that's kind of targeting the 14 to 25-year-old demographic. And it sounds like they've got some really good responses so far. And on the planning and development side, the Rural Renewal Stream website, just continuing to update job postings as they come in and support the team as they work to promote that. And we will be preparing a letter of support template for local businesses that are looking to support our MELT program. And I'll leave it at there if there's any questions.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that. Any questions on communication? Councillor Ballas?
Thank you. Do you have a number of tables that have been sold?
31 so far.
31?
Yeah.
Nice.
So that leaves 29, right? No, 19?
19.
Yeah.
Great. Can we get a list so that, like, I've been going around talking to people, so I don't want to trip over somebody else that's already been there. Okay, thank you.
Just for the zero fee tuition webpage, is that on the CTC one? Like,
It's on our main page. It's almost like a microsite in our page. I can send you the link directly to it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was just looking at the other thing for the event. It looks great. Yeah.
So it's kind of like that, like the Black Gold Gala one. It's almost like a site within our site.
Okay, gotcha.
So it's quite extensive.
Okay, great. I thought I had one more other question. I'll think of it. If I think of it, I know where to find you. Okay, any other questions for communication? No? Well, thank you very much for that. Oh, sorry, Rick, did you have a question? No, go ahead. She's still sitting.
I don't recall. What's the MELT program? That's my question.
What's it stand for, Nancy?
It's for the class 1 training. I don't know. It's for it's class 1.
It's a required training that drivers are supposed to have now, and it's become quite cumbersome for our local businesses to navigate. It's expensive, and we're trying to do what we can to support it, and bringing the program here locally would really be beneficial to them. And we have a couple of businesses that are wanting to do what they can to support our advocacy to get it here. So we're going to help them do it.
Yeah, we've been working on it for a couple years. So it's now we finally got a partner, which is Northern Lakes College. They're just in the process of buying, I believe, a Kenworth. And then that way they'll be doing we'll do the theory program delivered through Northern Lakes College at the CTC. And then right there, the Kenworth will be, and then go out to the site. So, yeah, absolutely. So now talking like to industries like Canvac or Nelson Brothers, where they have the shortages, they not only are going to, when they're trained before in the city, they lose that productivity of guys leaving the community for a day to go train. And then they learn how to drive on Highway 16, which is not beneficial. So now guys will know how to chain up, drive the elements and the roads out here in conditions, and be ready to go. And we already have students companies that have guys that are ready to take the training. So Jen's working on letters so we can push Northern Lakes to say, the date was October, but they're kind of going, well, the priority is Slave Lake to get that going. So we need to say, well, no, the priority is here. Let's keep on track. And so we're going to get some letters of support from the industry saying that we got guys ready now. Yeah.
Stands for mandatory entry-level training.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can never remember.
Yeah, good try over there. Yeah. Awesome. Okay. Thank you very much for your report. And we'll jump into our council reports, starting with Councillor Evans.
I'll move that the department reports be.
No, I usually do it at the end. With all the reports, but you can, I'll remember you to remove them all.
I'm not usually first, so you caught me off guard here.
I don't know, we always seem to rotate each one. Do you want me to start with someone else? I can start with.
I do know, that's fine. That's fine. I don't have a lot because a lot of my meetings were canceled for the beginning of the month. So, attended Annette's retirement gig there, which was quite enjoyable. Nice to congratulate her and see her on her way. Missed the seniors' tea, of course, and attended the joint council meeting at the CETC. I thought that was informational and reasonable for sure. Lastly, that's it.
Okay, thank you very much for your report.
Sorry, I had a few appointments these last couple of weeks, so I missed a few things.
You've been busy.
Things are starting to rock and roll again. I know I got the library board coming up and sustainability, et cetera. So you'll have a better report next time. Thank you.
That's all good. Thank you. Councillor McGee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. ALS walk, as I mentioned earlier, Councillor Gamana was our speaker and did a great job, and we had a good turnout. It was a great day and all for a really great cause. Humans Helping Humans, I was there, and it was a very good meeting, I think. I think the fences were kind of broken a little bit, so I think we mended a few. In fact, Councillor Hack Hamden showed up, which I was quite surprised. So he's back to help, and so generally I thought it went really well, and we'll wait for further things coming from the Humans Helping Humans. Annette's function was a great function. I think it was great to be there and to the signing of the surfboard and I would say the highlight for me was the comments from our leader at the moment at the pool was Hans van Klaveren, and he did a great job. It's a very difficult job to say goodbye to somebody, but it was outstanding. So that was great. The seniors tea, we had 89 to 90 or 90 seniors, and they all have quite a bit of fun. And we had the kids come in and sing The Wheels on the Bus Go Round and Round, and it was terrific. Just absolutely outstanding. So I really enjoyed that. And they are, as you mentioned, the pillars of our community.
Yeah.
So it was great. And finally, the joint council meeting I thought went reasonably well too. I thought we covered some ground and we had good conversation. I was impressed with Kent and his ability to take control of that sort of conversation around fire. I thought he did a great job. So it tells me in my mind that he's being well respected by his council, and I think that's great news. So,
Absolutely.
yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Ballas.
Thank you. Again, on June 1st, attended Annette Dreesen's retirement party. On the Saturday, on the 3rd, I attended the fly-in breakfast, and it was well attended. Not as many aircraft this year as there was in last year, but still a very successful event. Then on the 8th, the seniors tea, as Councillor McGee has mentioned, and while I was there, I did a quick survey, and as a male, it's very concerning when I see the females outnumber the males by 60 to 40.
It's not bad.
Then we had the joint council meeting, economic development on the 13th, last meeting with Luke. So we're looking for a new chairman there as well. And then brings us today to our regular council meeting.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Gamana.
Thank you. Yeah, I had a few meetings, not as much as usual. The highlight, I guess, was the meeting on the 6th Youth Advisory Committee meeting. It was very enjoyable and very nice to see how the youth interact and all that. So we had a discussion about the fires and how they evacuated and their experience and all of that, and how the dynamics of the family, mom versus dad and all that. And also there were a few comments made that the 40 to 45-year-old seniors were acting differently than youth. So I was like, okay, I'm a senior now. It was funny to get the impressions from 18, 16-year-olds. They think that after 40 everybody's old. And also the how enthusiastic they are about politics and how knowledgeable they are about what's happening in the community. It was eye-opening to see. I think we have a group of youth that coming up and coming, which would Drayton Valley will be in good hands. So it's nice to see that. On the 8th, seniors tea, as everybody attended. On 9th, joint council meeting was an interesting meeting, and of course the first meeting after the wildfire evacuation. So there was a lot to talk about. It was good to have that time for both councils and the administration to talk about our experiences. On the 10th, as Councillor Maggie mentioned, the ALS walk together. I had the opportunity to say a few words on behalf of the town. It was great to see the amount of people that showed up and the awareness that they have about the disease, and in fact, how much that's impacting our community as well. There were quite a few, I would say about 12 to 15, according to them, that has been impacted from that disease in our community alone. So, and also on the 13th, I was able to attend with Mayor Dotts for the Wild Rose School Division meeting, and had a chat about that, the new school and the other educational needs in our community. Thank you.
just adding a few other things. I've been like really busy the last, the last, I don't know, month or so. So thank you very much for that, Deputy Mayor Gamana. For me, Councillor Clark and Lola put together a presentation for the RDN conference. So we presented that at, we had to get up at 5:30 in the morning last week. That was an early because it was Eastern time the conference started. So that was early for all of us. We got up, we presented that, and it was on our shelter pods and what we're doing here in our community. So that was where we spent our morning doing that. And yes, we said our farewell and best of luck to Annette. All the years that she's dedicated to the town of Drayton Valley and the community. And Hans did a fantastic job of farewelling her. So thank you very much for that. And it was just nice. There were so many kind words around the table of, you know, Annette and what so many people have gained and learned from her and, you know, what she's left us. It's nice to see the pool come to fruition before she left the community. So I know that she worked harder on that for so many years. So it was nice that she was able to see that come and you know, share in that, and she'll be at the ribbon cutting as well as kind of her last, I think her next career is going to be in farming or agriculture or something, I think. So I said, maybe we'll see you at the market. But yeah, so that was a nice evening. I also had the pleasure of working with the museum on doing a picture on top of, used to be the old hotel. And that was the original picture that was done by John Senior Mackenzie, when he was the mayor of the town of Drayton Valley, was the first one to do the picture. And then I don't know how many other mayors, did you do that picture yourself? I know Michael did it and Glenn did it, and then I got to do it too. So to go up on the top and do that. So that was fun to be part of that. Worked on the video with Jen and the company for the zero fee in our education and just highlighting the things in our community as we approach the Cardium 70. Attended the seniors tea, and yeah, that's always very nice to see the pillars in our community and the knowledge and wisdom that they've left with us and how they've created and really built our community. Just to share some laughs and engage with them is always nice. I've had a couple meetings with Alberta Health Services and University of Calgary, along with Elvira, and talking about an exciting program that's coming to our community. We're just waiting for that announcement, and I can just say it anyways, but the University of Calgary will be bringing the undergraduate registered nurse program to the town of Drayton Valley. It'll be opening for 16 students. That program will be starting in the fall of 2024. So that's an initiative that we've been pushing hard for a couple years in our community. The first pilot was offered in Wainwright through the University of Lethbridge, I believe, and it's called Grow Your Community. And it was something that was led by Alberta Health Services. So we're very excited. We know that we're in a health crisis across Canada, a lot of places. So this just helps Drayton Valley stand out. We'll be able to not only train, but hopefully retain some of those nurses in our community. It opens up the door for other future programs and potential, like we talked about bringing back obstetrics to our community, a sim lab and things like that. So I think a lot of exciting things will start to happen when it comes to that. And what else? Joint council meeting we had, which was, yeah, it was good to kind of talk about everything that's happened and what that plan will be going forward. I got to say a few words at the rodeo, which was nice to see. It got put on hold because of the fire, and then it was back in the community. And I think that the community really enjoyed, you know, a couple nights out. I know that there's a ton of events happening for the month of June. Everybody's trying to cram everything in, but it's nice to kind of get out there and, you know, just to see the community still moving forward for sure. And then, yeah, as Councillor Kamana had said, Wild Rose School Division, we had a meeting there. And we also revisited the potential of utilizing their shops when it comes to our trades that we're trying to bring in now with Red Deer Polytech and having that apprenticeship place. So they're very excited about that. Very excited about the potential for dual credit programs too. So those will be further conversations when it comes to the education platform. And that is it for me for my reports. And now I think I will ask Councillor Ballas to accept both the department reports and the council reports for information. Thank you very much for that. All in favor? And are there any council initiated items or roundtable discussions before we move into closed? None, then I will ask for a member of council to move us into closed. Oh, Pam. Sorry? Okay, sorry, what was it, Pam?
We did end up talking about it at joint council, and I have additional notes on that
Oh, that's
in
right.
closed as well. So I
Oh.
was going to bring it up.
Okay, so we'll bring it into
Yeah.
closed then. Okay, thanks though, Pam. Okay, Deputy Mayor Gamana is going to move us into closed at 2:27 PM. All in favor? That is carried.